Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little corner of the world, and we are going to paint something beautiful today. I think so anyway. We're going to try. We are going to take our little Halloween piece that we started and we are going to try to start adding a little bit of depth by beginning our shadows. So Cupie, so nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. What are those little things that are twirling around? I cannot tell if they're kitties or little pigs. So anyway, they're very cute though. I enjoy the little twirl. So thank you so much. We are having a minor computer issue, so we're just gonna have to see if it works. And so we might have to come back and check on it. So if I have to stop, I will start again, but we'll have to reboot everything to see how it goes. This is Pew. Oh, thank you so much. She says, I love this already. I really appreciate it. This is Pew. Thank you so much. Yeah, tech difficulties. So just let me know if anything on your end looks weird. My husband's watching from the other room while he works. And we're just going to have to see, because it says encoding overload and it keeps popping in and out. Sometimes that just means that we have to reboot the computer. So yeah, we will see. Oh, pink bears. Okay. Sad Bear Club. Okay. Very, very cute. Okay. Yeah, no, I just couldn't tell because it's so tiny on my screen, but I love it. I love it spinning around. So yes. Oh, okay. Oh, your friends outside Twitch too? That's nice. With Sad Bear Club, who also is a great streamer. So anybody who doesn't follow Sad Bear Club, please be sure to go and do that. Okay, so I'm also not sure that the lighting is okay in here. We did adjust things because I think I was getting a glare on my board. So hopefully it's okay and I'm not too dark everywhere. But again, just let me know and we'll move stuff around if we need to. But we're going to go in and start all the shadows. So we laid out all these base colors for our cookie painting. Remember, these are real life cookies, right? That we baked and made this wonderful pile of cookies for. And now we just kind of we're going to call it an early stage. I'm not supposed to have been scolded for calling it a rough stage. So we're going to call it an early stage of the painting. And what I have is a base color down over most of the area, but not these big chunks. And what these are my major shadows, because I did photograph my subject out in very bright sunlight and I made very heavy shadows on the piece. So you can see that on my reference image down here. So I think that's probably the best place for us to start today, is just to go in and start fixing our shadows and get some kind of a base color down on those. So I do still have my little colors mixed. They're sitting over here in a little bag for me if I need them. I might grab them to make some of the color mixes for my shadows, but we're just gonna try to start with what I can see here. And so I'm going to scoot this. I usually don't do that, but I do want to at least be able to see this a little more closely. So I am going to scoot it at least nearby where I'm going to work. So let's just scoot this way. I don't want it tends to look weird on the screen. So we'll just scoot it that way. Let's start right in here. Right in this area right here. This has kind of a nice dark, almost like a purplish shadow there, because all my shadows I tend to make very warm colors. So I tend to give them, this base right here, this dark blue, which is called Payne's Gray, my cadmium red. So we're going to want to have plenty of that in there. We'll neutralize it a little bit with some yellow, and then we're going to add some white. So we'll just get a little more yellow in there. When I add white, I can see, a little more clearly what it's going to look like in my shadow area. So this is starting to be like kind of a nice purple, nice dark purple color. And remember, it's going to dry just a little bit darker when I put it down. So I'm going to go ahead and add some medium to this, and we're just going to give it a shot. And again, we're just trying to lay out base colors for our shadow areas too, because these are big chunks of color. And I just want to have something down. I want to have something down everywhere on the painting by the end of the day today. I'm going to add just a touch more blue to this and make it a little bit darker. But I want to have something down on every part of the painting today and hopefully be able to start adding more depth than that as well. So we're just going to start in here. And I do think that's kind of a nice kind of a nice color. Like I said, I put lots of layers on the painting, right? So it doesn't actually end up looking exactly like this, color. But this color will provide a nice base for the later layers. Hi, Kiwi. It's so nice to see you in here. So I was very thrilled to see Kiwi's first stream last night, her test stream, and part of her stream this morning. So thanks very much, Kiwi. I appreciate it. If you don't follow Kiwi, I highly recommend going over to her channel because she's just started and she's like a natural at this. And so it was a lot of fun to listen to her and to see her test out her paints, and last night show a lot of her work. And she's been very humble in here, but she's very gifted. So I definitely recommend going and checking out Kiwi's new channel. Yeah. Yes, so she is very gifted, and she has a real propensity, I think, for the wildlife illustration. So I think that that's very, very cool, Kiwi. And again, there were a lot of pages that you showed last night that I thought were just designed really well, and just a really good eye for a lot of elements of your art. So yeah, you've definitely been too humble in here. Just watching Jake, so nice to see you. Thank you for popping in. Jake sent me an image today, which you can correct me if I'm wrong, Jake, but I believe it was dried paint. And it popped off the top of the tube, and said that this would make a good painting, right? Like a good suggestion for a painting, because it looks a lot like my frosting things, and reminded me of how much dried paint I have pulled off of tubes in the past few years. So yes, I thought that was really cute. But yeah, what we're gonna do is, rather than go and mix like all of this particular shadow, so this ghost cookie falls over this cookie and this other ghost cookie, what I'm gonna do instead is try to go in and do all the same color all over this. So again, that's just how my brain works. So I'm not going to do this part right now because that means I have to mix a different color. What I like is this color right now for any area where I have a shadow that's landing on another white cookie. So I'm just going to try to see, I might miss some, but I'm going to try to see if any of these other heavy shadows are landing on my white cookies. And I'm going to do that first. But there's no rule to that. That's just my personal preference. Kiwi says, thank you, I've still got a lot to learn, but I'm trying. Well, aren't we all? Aren't we all, Kiwi? So yes, that is, but I think that you really were a natural. Very good presentation. Very good at talking, Kiwi. So again, you're too humble in here. And Jake said, yeah, it's what you call a paint scab. I like fiddling with them. Yeah, I've had a number of those. Like I said, they usually come on, I was talking about this yesterday when I opened liquid acrylics, which is what I used for these base colors in here, not these heavy body acrylics. But I usually get those little, as you call them, paint scabs on the top of my tube or top of my bottle. And those are what ultimately causes all of my liquid paint to spray everywhere, which is why I now open and close the bottles with a paper towel so that I don't get paint everywhere. So yes, I do totally understand. But yeah, they could make really cool subjects for a little painting because they have a lot of shape, and I never thought about that, but they do have a lot of shape, would provide really nice shadows. And yeah, that could be really interesting, especially if you took like a whole bunch of them and put them together in one. You could do a pile painting of them and just gather them all up. All right, so I'm just about done with the base layer on this. So let's hop over and just see where I have another one. So it doesn't look like I have one. I have one right here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this. If I was truly going to address, let's say this wasn't a cookie, right? This was another color here. If I was just doing like the black reflecting onto this shadow would be different, and so I wouldn't be able to do it in the way that I'm doing it here. But since these are cookies essentially reflecting onto these other surfaces, they're all going to be fairly uniform, even though the frosting color is different, if that makes sense. So you'll get collecting. I like that, Jake. It might take you a little while. They take a little while to form, but yes, that could be cool. That could be cool and very unique. You finally got a pencil sharpener. That's good, Kiwi. Making a collage of scab paints would be fun. That could be really interesting. It could be really, really interesting. I know years and years ago, I remember there was an artist that that one of the people that I worked with interviewed, and we put on the cover of the magazine, and I believe his name was John Dalton. I think he's very well known, very famous actually. But he collected, I believe he collected essentially trash and piled it up and made kind of big pile sculptures and then photographed them. I could be very wrong about that because that was a very long time ago. But you could Google him and see if he has anything interesting out there. But I know that like all the colors in his pieces, at least at the time, they all like matched. So it was like green colors, like all green colors. And I believe he was like an environmentally conscious artist. That was why he was doing that, giving you ideas. That's right, Jake's giving you ideas, Kiwi. So yeah, all different ways to make art. There's another one that I really liked, and I thought this was really interesting, and I cannot remember his name. It was Chris something. But he used to take like old toys and essentially like little figurines of all different kinds and essentially glue them together to make a gigantic sculpture of something that looked almost like a Greek sculpture or like a Roman sculpture. It was really cool. And he would spray paint them all so that they all came together to look uniform. And I just can't remember his last name, so I apologize, but it'll pop in my head later on. So I always think it's very interesting, all the different ways that people find to make their art. You know, I'm a very traditional-esque, I say traditional-esque, traditional-esque painter. But yeah, I'm really fascinated by people who do, very unique forms of art like that. I think is it Chris? Somebody Google this for me and tell me if I'm wrong. I believe it's Chris Kuksi. Kuksi. So anyway, I don't know if he does the same thing anymore. Again, that was quite a while ago that I remember seeing that. But I believe he was the one who combined all those things into sculptures and then spray painted them to look more uniform. So they were really very cool looking. And you would see like I remember seeing like parts of the sculpture, if you looked really closely, were almost like a little battle, like little figures that were like battling each other. So it just was really neat to see them all together. So yeah, there's a lot of areas in the painting here that are going to be, this will just move along a lot faster for me if I do it this way, where I address all the similar, Chris Cooksey, is that right? Some scary looking stuff here. Is it really scary? Maybe it's too scary now, I don't know. It wasn't super scary back in the day. So yeah, maybe I should have researched that before I mentioned his name. But yeah, anyway, but it's very, 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 very interesting. There's another artist that I've seen that does these really cool sculptures where, like, if you look at the front, and again, I don't know this person's name at all, but if you look at the front, it looks like, let's say, a bird. It looks like a bird. If you turn to the side, then you see it's multiple layers of discarded objects that are simply assembled in this kind of three-dimensional sculpture that reaches far back, and they all come together to, at the front, look like a figure. So I think that's really interesting. His sculptures are amazing. It kind of looks like some Geiger stuff with mini figures crawling all over it. Is that right? Yeah, it's been a really long time since I've seen it. So I'm sure in like 15 years, he's probably changed a lot and advanced a lot in that in those years. But I guess I just like that. Again, I probably should have looked that up before I mentioned the name, but I guess I just like that kind of outside the box thinking. And people who think, I always find sculpture, even though I have zero experience in sculpture other than my little cookies, I always find sculpture really fascinating. And so, you know, especially like found object sculpture, I think that's really, really interesting. All right, so I just need to address just a little bit here. And just a little bit right here. And I'm sorry, I just realized I'm a little bit out of the frame at this point, but I will be back in frame shortly because we're going to come right to here. So again, I try to work in similar colors as often as I can. I don't like to jump around and do a whole bunch of different things. I just feel like it makes me more efficient. It also helps me, like, if I need to remember how I mixed a particular color, even roughly for like this early stage, it's much easier for me to do that right now than it is for me to come back later and figure it out. I don't know why I never took any sculpture classes. I never took any sculpture classes. I had this thought in the back of my mind, I guess, that I enjoyed that part of things. I even made some like 3D-ish looking projects, I remember, in my photography class, which was very unusual, but I just very amateurishly did something. Ophir, am I saying your name right, Ophir? Ophir was in Kiwi's streams. So anyway, thank you so much for popping in, Ophir. I really appreciate it. And yes, lurking while you eat, that's totally fine. I appreciate it. Elga, welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Nice to see you here. I appreciate everybody for coming back. But yeah, so I did these weird little things where, they were very amateurish back in my photography courses. I think I took 2 photography courses when I was in school, but that was a long time ago. So that was back in the day when I was, developing the things in, chemicals in my own way, in my bathroom, actually, when I couldn't be at the school. And so what I did was I still have them, I think, somewhere in a closet, but I basically sculpted out of polymer clay or something, little replicas of some rooms in my house where I grew up. And then I had photos behind all the windows and doors. It was a little cheesy, but as experimental in college, I guess. And again, not a lot of guidance for a lot of those things. So it's just kind of a weird little project. But still admire lots of other sculptors, amazing sculptors. Okay, I'm just going to come in here. I want to make sure I don't get too confused today in this, because there are a lot of shapes, and some of them have, right in here in this area. Did somebody just follow? Oh, somebody's raiding me. Oh, thank you so much, Yangu LaRue. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it so much. Welcome in. That's very, very kind. Oh, is it Phil? It's Phil raiding me. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Phil. That's very, very kind. Yes, speaking of sculptors, thank you so much, Phil Raid. Thank you so much, Yangu LaRue. I was speaking of sculptors a minute ago, and so Phil actually has quite a bit of sculpting experience in his days, and I think that he is actually going to, Yangu LaRue just raided you, is that right? Well, welcome into everybody from both raids. So that's very cool. So Yangaluru, thank you for raiding Phil, and Phil likewise for coming in here. But I know Phil had talked about maybe streaming some of his sculptures, his clay work in the future on his stream. So thank you so much for the follow, Yangaluru. I really, really appreciate that very, very much. So we are doing our cookie painting today. So for anybody who didn't see, we made these wonderful real life sugar cookies. I have a big pile of them here that I photographed because I always use my own references. And so I photographed them out in very bright sunlight, and we are going to start to add depth to this today. So we haven't done that yet. We've just been laying out the colors, but we're going to eventually aim for something like this. So we go for really high realism here. That is, flat layers of acrylic. I just paint in lots and lots of layers of acrylic. And so we're going to get that out of this. So hopefully, anyway, we're going to aim for it. Thank you so much, Yangaluru. I appreciate it. What do you do on your streams, Yangaluru? Tell me about your work. So right now I'm just going around and I'm trying to identify all of the little dark shadows that are falling onto my ghost cookies. So yes. So oh, thank you very much, Cupie. I appreciate that very, very much. You're an animator, 2D hand drawn. Oh, very cool. Very, very cool. I would love to see your work, so I will definitely check you out at the end of the stream. Oh, and digital. Okay, gotcha. Very, very cool. I think that a lot of us at one point in our lives wanted to pursue some kind of animation, and so that's really very cool. I have a love for animation, and so I would very much like to see your work. Very, very cool. Thank you, Yangaluru, for popping in here with me. This is going to be, like a good day for this, because this is going to be the first time we're starting to just build out our shapes for the shadows, and it will be the first time really that we get a little sense of depth in the piece. But this is what I call a pile painting. I don't know if that's an official term or not, but it's just where I pile up a bunch of stuff and then I try to paint it from edge to edge, top to bottom, so that there's no like white space. There are so many cool artists on Twitch. Oh my gosh, I love the variety of crafts artisans, and it's so much fun. Isn't that right? I have been so thrilled because I've only been on here about as long as Phil. I think we've been on here about 2 months. And I am so excited to see so many artists working in so many different mediums, and with so many different subjects. And so it's just really nice. It's a really, really nice community of people who are just very, very supportive of each other and showing their process and talking through it and wanting to hear what other people are doing too. So very, very nice. Very, very nice place. So I definitely agree. It's 2 months as well for you, Yangaluru? Oh, very, very cool. Very, very cool. Both of you, times 3. There's nothing quite like Art Twitch. I was shocked to find out how nice it was. I agree. I have said in here before, my husband convinced me to do this. I was a little trepidatious about it. But yes, it's been nothing but a positive experience. So, oh, you're more like 2 years. Oh, okay. Gotcha. 2 years. Gotcha. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. But anyway, yes, I'm just, I was very pleasantly surprised because I didn't know what to expect when I started doing this. So, and did Phil just show, oh, no worries, Phil, you got to raid and run. That is quite all right. But felt Rift cutting off earlier. Hey, no worries, Phil. I appreciate you popping in. It's always nice to see you. And you must have shown a link to something that QP thinks is incredible. So anybody who hasn't clicked on that, I will click at the end of the stream because I get a little overwhelmed by the technical stuff and I'm still not quite adept at that. But thanks very much, Phil. And so yes, so please click on Phil's stuff. And if you're in here and you don't follow Phil, please go ahead and follow Phil. So yeah, of course, Phil. So I need to mix up a little bit more of this color because we're going to go ahead and try to do a little bit more, just again on these purple ghost areas where the shadow is falling onto a white. I find that easier for me to go through and sort through all of the shadow areas on one particular color when I do a pile painting, rather than try to work on the full shadow for one object. But that's just me. So I'm just going to mix up a little bit more of this color, try to get it pretty close to the first one that I got. All of my paintings have lots and lots of layers. So I paint anywhere from like 8 to 12 layers, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less, but I would say 8 to 12 is usually the average. So when I get to something like this, you know, this was probably about 10 layers of paint, that would be my guess. And so, you know, we have similar things with my ice creams that we get really realistic with, but you know, lots and lots of layers on that. So it just takes a little bit of patience to get there. This piece is looking great, and is looking great. Pre-warned my rates of your incredible work. Thank you so much, Phil. I really appreciate it. And that's a flat painting. Yeah, it is. So thank you. I just figured out how to link my phone camera to OBS, since I'm all digital and having a camera wasn't something I needed until now. And here you are with 3 cameras. Fun how depending on your medium it will change. Yes. So this was, you know, again, all of an experiment here, Yanguluru, like all an experiment. I am a little jerry-rigged, getting everything like balanced so that, you know, I can show everything, but I wanted to show as much of my process as I could. Like I said, I'm very grateful because my husband set this up for me. He is much more tech savvy than I am. And so he keeps all this running. I wouldn't be able to do it without him lurking. No worries, Phil. I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for liking the butterfly cookie. I really appreciate that, Yanguluru. So yeah, that's kind of what I do, right? You know, Mr. Kim is the best. Thank you. Go husband, right? So yeah, so I'll just show another one. We do ice creams in here sometimes. This is my butter pecan that I finished last week in here, I think. And so, you know, lots of layers. This is a good example of the layers of paint. You can see that there's, you know, right in there, again, probably around 8 to 10 layers of paint, just to guess, because I don't keep track. But they're stippled on with the very rough brushes, and they're translucent so that you can see all of the paint in there. So it's very different style of painting, but it's what works for me. So anyway, yes. So yeah, but all this setup, this is all an experiment. You're reminding me it's lunchtime. Don't eat ice cream for your lunch or cookies. I say that these smell like really, really good, and they totally do, but I can't eat them because the reality is that they don't have any vanilla in them because that's expensive, and I was just doing them for the painting, and they are also made with banana, and they have been sitting here for several days. Banana instead of eggs, because I didn't have eggs. For anybody who wants to learn how to bake cookies, you can do it that way, but you shouldn't leave them probably sit out on the counter that long. So, but they do smell really, really good. So it's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. I feel like I need a little more red in my mix this time around than what I have. It is hard to color match. When I did the base colors on these other ones, I actually mixed them up in little containers over here, and that allowed me to have like a similar-ish color over the whole thing. But, you know, can't do that for everything. So let's just scoot this over. I want to see if I have any more. Yeah, so let's scoot this over here a little bit. I'm going to be careful not to lay my phone reference down. Banana Halloween cookies, right? So yes. And I missed a comment from Elga. A butterfly surprises every time. Even knowing that it's a flat drawing, it still tricks the brain. I appreciate that, Elga. I have actually two other boards that are like this one that I did the butterfly on, that are these round panels. And I think I would like to do butterfly cookies on those ones too. I've been kind of saving that. But I saw actually, monarch butterflies they are symbolic of many, many wonderful things like strength and resilience and transformation. And so that was part of why I painted that on there with that swoop of frosting behind it. Looks like it's flying off the panel. But I saw actually the other day out the window into my garden, I saw oh, and you're in ads, Kiwi, I'm sorry. I saw a white admiral butterfly. I had never seen one of those before. That's a black and white. I've never thought of doing a Luna moth, but you've talked about those before, Cupie, that you said the Luna moths are like really, really beautiful, and they had a really short lifespan, right? Like a week? Is that what it was? A week or 2 weeks? Which is pretty amazing and incredible. So maybe I could do a white, very short lifespans. So maybe I could do a white admiral. I like the white admiral because it was really lovely. I wanted to maybe try the challenge of painting it on a white swoop of frosting, which I thought would be really interesting. And 10 days as an adult. Okay, I'm safe from ads and didn't kidnap me for long. Okay, that's good, Kiwi. So on those 2 other panels that I have, they're already prepped because I did have to gesso those myself. And I've just kind of been saving them. But I did think maybe I could do a white admiral butterfly on a swoop of white frosting on one of them. White admiral butterflies are a sign of protection. I thought that was a really lovely thing. And it was the first time I'd ever seen one in my garden. And so I looked it up because I didn't know what it was. And it was very, very beautiful. And then actually one idea that I would love to try if I could at some point, I would love to do actually, because it was such a beautiful butterfly, and I think pattern-wise it would look so cool. I would love to bake a bunch of white admiral butterfly cookies and decorate them like this, and then paint them like this in one big pile. So it would just be basically black and white, and then maybe a little bit of, there's a tiny bit of blue in the color of the white admiral butterfly. So I thought that might be, something that I would like to aim for at some point. If I have time. So that would be really cool. Very, very pretty, I think, in the end. But maybe I could do that for the Luna moth too. That might be really neat. So I am not really super familiar. I've seen them in like movies and such, but I'm not super familiar with what they look like. So I'd have to do a little bit of research. That might be really lovely too. Are Luna moths particularly symbolic of something? I think you did tell me that before, QP, that they were symbolic of something just because of their very, very short lifespans and because they are so beautiful. All right, I just want to pull that down into here. Let's see where else we have. So we have to finish this little area right here. And again, this is just a base coat, right? So we're going to do a whole bunch of coats of paint on this. We're going to do a whole bunch of coats of paint on this. And I thought hanging like a few of those little butterfly paintings together might be really lovely. I purposefully, when I made that too, I purposefully tilted it to the side because I didn't want it to look like, like it looks like it's flying off the side of the panel. That's how it's meant to be hung. I didn't want it to look like it was archived, like it was one of those scientific things. I wanted it to look like it was alive. So that was my goal with that. I wanted it to look like there was life behind it, and that I felt like was more symbolic of the freedom and resilience. That's what I called it. I called it freedom. But the resilience and the transformation, I just wanted it to have some kind of life imbued into it. Anthropomorphized that's the term, right? Intuition, transformation, rebirth, the fleeting nature of life, also a connection to the feminine energy and dark night and moon. And that's all for the Luna moth. So that might have to be my third one then, Cupie. So, they don't have mouths? What does that mean? Is that why they don't live? They can't eat as adults. I don't understand. Why would that be how they evolved? Somebody explain that to me. My curiosity is piqued. That seems like a very strange evolution, unless it's just to simply have an appreciation of life. Very symbolic, yeah. That is very, very interesting. Have you ever tried drawing Halloween spiders for Halloween? I have not, Elga. I have not. I will say, though, even though I don't love creepy crawlies, I try very hard to have a great respect for spiders, because they take care of, they're a natural way for me to take care of any bugs. And so I try to not be as afraid of spiders as maybe I once was, that I let them guard my garden. I let them guard my windows. So with your style, it would be even more spectacular, I guess. That would be very, very interesting, Elga. Jumping spiders are so cute. I've seen them with their little eyes. Yeah, they're very cute. They basically live just long enough to keep the cycle going. That just seems like such a strange evolutionary thing, right? Just long enough to keep the cycle going. Crazy. Crazy and beautiful. So yeah, that might have to be my number 3 painting there. I respect them as long as they don't enter my home. It's dangerous for the spider. I understand. I don't want them, I don't want them crawling around. Although I have, did anybody ever read Charlotte's Web when you were growing up? So years ago, I didn't have, I had more of a fear of spiders. And then a few years back, when I started growing vegetables in my house, I noticed, I grow them in something called an arrow garden on my kitchen counter. And I noticed that this little spider was living inside my window, like between the glass and the screen. And so I just left him in there because I figured he was preventing anything from getting into any little cracks to come in and eat my veggies. And every season I see the spider in there lay its eggs, the other spiders float away, and one takes over. And it's like Charlotte's Web. So I've had him in there. I had his family in there, or her family, that spider's family, for several years now. And only one stays, and all the rest of them just leave. And I just think it's very sweet, actually. So they're not really in the house. They're just in the window. I just don't open the window. So anyway, but yeah, only one stays. I always think that's really fascinating. It really is just like Charlotte's Web. Only one stays behind for Wilbur. We let them hang in our house, and they help with the summer gnats. Is that right? I like spiders, but they're scary as hell. Yeah, it depends on the spider. It depends on the spider, Elga, I have to say. Wild jumping spiders will learn your routine so they don't interrupt you and live their lives. Is that right? Love that, the spider family. I know. I don't know. Maybe that's odd, right? I don't know. That's really cool to know about the jumping spiders. I do have to say, Elga, when we lived in Florida, we had, I think they were called banana spiders. They were like humongous, and they would hang off the back of my house. And I did not like those. Like, they were just, that big. And so I remember one time that one was in the garage, like blocking my way into the house. And it was so big. It's like the size of my foot. I had to get it away because I couldn't get inside. So I took a giant book and just dropped it, which not my proudest moment, but like, what was I supposed to do? He's humongous. So yeah, it was crazy big and ugly. Almost got bitten by a black widow once, and ever since I've been like, nope. I understand that, Kiwi. I do. I understand that. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually seen a black widow in real life. I know I saw there was a brown recluse that was outside my house in Florida, and I think that we got rid of that. But that's the only really bad one that I've ever really seen. But I'm not the best at identifying spiders, so maybe I've seen them. And Willow's back. Poe. Yeah, so back when I lived in Florida, it was insane how many banana spiders there were. They're terrifying. I think that's what they were called. I was in Central Florida, so, we had a little bit different wildlife, but I'm pretty sure that's what they were called. Anyway, they were not, whatever they were not pleasant. They were definitely not pleasant. I'm sure they were probably harmless, right? But I don't want something the size of my foot, crawling around in my house. That's scary. So yeah, I understand. I'm going to have to think about that, Elga, though, with the spider, like maybe spider cookies at some point. But if I did, I would make them really cute. I would make them like Kewpie's jumping spiders, like with cute little eyeballs. I want them to be very friendly. So I would have to think about that. Yeah, banana spiders. Did you look it up, Yangularoo? Yeah, they were big. They're harmless in theory, but they're too big to be harmless in my opinion. Yeah, you just don't want that, crawling on you. Yeah, like I said, the little ones are scary too. You notice that they're very close without warning. I look at them and say, you do your thing, I'll do mine. Let's go without conflict, right? There's one that lives in when I go out to my garden, I go through a sliding glass door, and the sliding glass door has a handle on it that has a little hole on the other side. And I have noticed this year that there is a spider that lives in there. But I have some veggies growing right outside the door in containers. And so I know he's taking care of things for me. And so I don't kill him. He freaks me out a little bit. But every time I open the door, he goes and runs back into his little hole. And every time I open the door in the morning for the first time, his web has covered the space. I have stuck my head in it a few times. So I just now wipe it down real quick with a paper towel before I go outside. And I'm sure he's very frustrated with me for doing that every day. But yeah, I don't want to disturb him. He seems to be doing work. I'm going to let him do his work. So, they're a type of orb weaver. Oh, okay. Yeah, they belong outside and are appreciated outside. We have an orb weaver. Is that right? Oh, Yangalaroo. Okay, for the banana spiders, that they're a type of orb weaver. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I've had spider bites in the past. I try not to, freak out about things too much. But yeah, I am a little bit relieved that we do not have those up here. So, hi, Carl's Jr. Nice to see you in here. Yangularoo says the big orb weavers are female, and the one we have is definitely a female, so it's big, huh? Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. They're best left outside for that kind of thing. We can appreciate them without wanting to be up close to them. That's okay. We'll just let them do that. I had one on my hand and still have a scar from it. Of what kind? Kiwi? Don't know what kind of spider bit you though. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know that some of the little ones, they can pack a punch, so I don't want them close to me. And if I see one that's crawling along the floor, I do not like that. So I will get rid of him. I try for most little insects, if I can, I try to, if I find something, find a way to get it outside. Like little ladybugs, because ladybugs are good for my garden, right? So I do try to, capture any little ladybugs that I find and take them outside. But yeah, the spiders, especially when they're going quick, I I get rid of them. One thing that I do not like is like a centipede. We've had centipedes in here. They freak me out. There was one that I saw. There was one that I saw in our basement one day. I think this was last year, and I like flipped on the light and I saw it run. I was like, I don't know what it is, but it was like this big. It was like the daddy of centipedes. And yeah, so I guess I never found him. If they're in the house, I do squish them. I haven't found one in quite a while. But yeah, that was the daddy of all centipedes. I'd never seen anything that large. He ran by. I thought he was like a rat or something. He was so big, and so I don't know I don't know how long they live, if he's still somewhere in the house. But I guess he's busy, doing stuff somewhere. So I just, I know they say you're supposed to let them live because they eat the other insects. But man, oh day, you come down and like you flip on the light and there's one on the wall. No, I'm sorry. I just can't. I just can't. So I've become much more empathetic towards spiders in the last year or so. I try my best to trap them and release them. You're better than me, Carl's Jr. It's the same, can't do centipedes at all. I know, right? Yangalaroo. Yeah, I love the little graphics with the centipedes. It's too much. It's too much. I just can't. I've seen them like in my hallway just a couple times. I've caught or I've squished a couple, but when I come around the corner and there's like one just sitting on the wall, I was like, nope. Yeah, centipedes are terrifying as well. Kiwi says nope, nuh-uh. And Yangalaroo, oh Lord. Cross Jr. Cop, welcome in. It's nice to see you, Cop. Welcome back. Thank you for popping in with us today. I hope you're doing well. We are regaling tales of insects, large insects in our homes and yards, those that we love and those that we would rather keep our distance from. So yeah. I know I tell this stories sometimes of my husband working at Disney, right? And I thought it was, so he has a number of stories about, creepies, creepy crawly things. But centipedes aren't so scary for some reason. They clean the house. They do. I know, Elga, but they're so weird looking. I just can't. But they do clean the house. You're supposed to let them live. Like I said, that one giant one, I've never found him. I don't know. He might be out there somewhere. You love insects, Cop? Do you really? Like all insects? Do you have limits on the insects? So I remember my husband told me that one day at Disney, everybody was like lined up for the parade at the studios, and that there was, I can't remember what it was, I think a speaker. I think it was a speaker, and a swarm of bees like flew in and landed on the speaker, and nobody noticed. Like a swarm, like a full swarm, nobody noticed. And so they were like calling maintenance and trying not to freak anybody out because there's so many bees. And he said eventually they just flew away as one big swarm before maintenance or anybody got there to take care of it. The whole swarm just took off and went. So, but that would have freaked me out. I like little bees in my yard pollinating my little flowers. But a swarm of bees, that is a different thing. That's a different animal for me. I wouldn't eat one, but you're very interested in them all. Is that right? That's really interesting. Kiwi says, I can do cockroaches, stink bugs, random bugs. I cannot do centipedes or spiders. I understand. They are the scariest looking things. Yeah. So I try to be, again, more tolerant since I have my little garden, and I accept that everybody plays their role out there. And so I don't want to unnecessarily get rid of them if I don't have to. But yeah, I still don't like them crawling around inside the house if I find anything inside. So I think that I got all of the little shadows in here. And I think that I got all of the shadows in here. And I think that I need to move on to the next color of the shadows. So we'll pick, oh, did I miss this one? Oh, I missed this one right here. So that should have a shadow in there too. So let me do that one first. And then we will move on to the next shadow color. So this should be a shadow right in here. And again, this is mostly still identifying shapes that I am, blocking out, just to make sure I have a guide map for everything, because this is a complicated piece, right? So like right here, this shadow goes right here, but it doesn't go here, it doesn't go here, and it doesn't go here. That's a different color. So I want to make sure I skip that. My brother breeds tarantulas as a side hustle. What do you do with a tarantula? Like what do people do with that, Cop? Like you just keep it as a pet? Phil says, also, I owe Yangalaroo a shout out. I do apologize for my stream etiquette. Still lacking tiredness, not an excuse. I am sure that Yangalaroo forgives you, Phil. It's okay. So yes, I am sure. They're pets. Your roomie has a tarantula? What? Oh my goodness. See, Yangalaroo, it's fine. It's fine, Phil. We're all a little tired when we do these things, I think. So we all know we're trying to be polite to each other. We might not always remember, but we're trying to be polite to each other. Just an embryonic streamer at this stage. I need someone like Cupie keeping you honest. Cupie does keep me honest. That is true. That is true. Cupie and Kiwi both. People collect them and keep them as pets. No worries again, Phil. Like I said, Yangalaroo, he's fine. They're fine. And so yeah, so that's totally okay. And Kiwi's like, nope, just very simply, nope, no tarantulas. I don't understand. Are they poisonous? Or when you breed them, are they no longer poisonous? I don't really know. Does anybody know? We were all there, totally understandable. There you go, Yangalaroo. As long as tarantula owners don't bring them near you, you're okay with that. Yeah, I don't know the logistics of raising tarantulas or keeping them as pets. I have heard that people do it, but I don't really know. No, passed out from a food coma? No worries, Upier. A real food coma, or just looking at the cookies here? Again, they smell really good. They really do. I was really proud that I decorated these, by the way. So, I think almost 3 dozen little cookies. And I'm just going to show these again because I'm very proud, because I'm learning through a professional decorating class that I'm taking. But look, it's like dimensional, right? So the little pumpkin has dimension in his face. So it'll be really nice for the painting purposes when we get to that part. You used to go tarantula hunting? What? Oh my goodness. That's crazy, Ufier. I don't understand. Kiwi says, personally, I want a pet snail. Even that's too icky for me. I don't think I'd want that, Kiwi. And Jake says, shall I not send you photos of your tarantula? Do you honestly have a tarantula, Jake? And no, please don't send any photos of it. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. How many tarantula owners or people with tarantula experience do we have in here? Definitely no tarantula hunting for you, Girls Jr. They differ a lot, have different character traits and emotions. Maybe I just need to learn more to be more accepting of the tarantulas, Cop. The new ones are quite docile. The old worlds are more active. But you just keep them in their little terrarium. What does that say? You just keep them in their little terrarium. Make sure they have water. They're not a danger to humans? They're not? I don't really know. Is that really true? They're not a danger to humans? They're just creepy if you're not used to them. I honestly didn't know that. I thought they would still bite. Is that ignorance on my part? I've been stung by a tarantula hawk before when you lived in the Southwest. Is that right, Ufier? Oh my goodness. What does that mean, a tarantula hawk? Is that a specific breed of tarantula? I'm at the point where I'd like a pet snake. Yangu LaRue. That's getting bold. And I'm going to say nope to that, just like Kiwi. Nope, I don't think so. So I could put a tiny disco ball and have your own disco snail. Can you film that for me, Kiwi, if you decide to do that? Because that might be the most adorable thing ever. You really have a tarantula, Jake, a cutie salmon pink bird eater. Have fun with that. I can't do it. That's cute, Kiwi. They're not poisonous, or they are poisonous, but most of them are not deadly poisonous. Yeah, that's still crossing a line for me. I'm sorry. I don't know. Just to say, you know, I'm kind of poisonous. I'm just not gonna kill you. I don't know if that's enough for me to want to keep it as a pet, but I believe you and I respect everybody who chooses otherwise. So, and Yango LaRue likes that, a disco snail, right? That would be super cute. I think that'd be a sensation on social media, or the disco snail. They're off to San Francisco where the disco's off the rails. That's really cute. It hurts a lot, and a bitten place heals up to a year. Oh my gosh. Yeah, nope. I'm just going with Kiwi on this. Nope. I don't think so. And you're talking about a song, okay? That's very cute. Yeah, that's interesting. We'll go with interesting on that, but no, I have not been convinced. So I'm gonna stick with just creepy crawlies in my garden and not in my house, not even in a terrarium. So, oh my goodness. Okay, so what do I want to do here next? Let me just take a look. I need to. We're just gonna hop in here. We're gonna do this kind of orangey color, I think. I could go in and try to do my straight black. Should I do that first? Let me see. Okay. To do that, I actually need to grab another color. So hang on one second. I'm just gonna pause the stream for just a second because I did forget to put my brown up here. Okay, I'm sorry about that. So I think I'm going to go in and actually do the shadows that are along the kitty cats on the black. So when I did this black color, I did mix it with just a tiny bit of white. I'm hoping that I left enough room in that to go in and kind of glaze a dark color just around this shadow area to make it darker, because I need room to build everything up, right? So I'm going to take my dark blue and mix it with my dark brown, which is a burnt umber. And we're just going to see if I can get this dark enough, hopefully, to get a little more definition in those shadows. Even if I can only get a little bit, that's okay, as long as it's enough for me to see what I'm going to do on the later part of the layers. So let's just see how this goes. I am going to mix a little bit of glaze into this. And we'll just go right here. And yeah, so that looks like it's okay. It's enough of a difference that it should give me a bit of separation. And it might be kind of subtle for y'all. Can you see that there? I guess you can see it. It's gonna dry maybe not quite the same color, but it's a good base for me, I think. Enough for me to tell what I need to do. And that's all I'm going for at this point, so. I always want to build my layers so that I have enough space to go darker for shadows or lighter for highlights. If I start too light, then I won't have anywhere to go. That's why my ghosts are gray in here. If I start too dark and it would have made my kitties black, it would have been hard for me to tell. If I made them like straight black, it would have been hard for me to tell where my shadows are supposed to actually fall and where my highlights begin. So you're being attacked by credit card ads. I'm sorry, Kiwi. I'm so sorry. All right, so where I'm actually going to do this, we're going to start with the kitty cats, I think, just because that's a little bit easier. So I can see, let's do a little shadow right here. I'm not going to go into the really tiny details right now. Freedom. Welcome back, Kiwi. I'm not going to go into the really tiny details right now. I'm just going to, and by really tiny details, I mean like right around the face. I'm just going to get the big chunks and then I'll come back and do that. So, and by the way, anybody who's in here who hasn't yet seen Kiwi's channel, because Kiwi started streaming for the first time last night, did a test run, and then did another one this morning. So please hop over and follow Kiwi, because she would love to have your support. And she's, again, too humble about her skills and her presentation ability. She's actually really, really fun to listen to and the streams. So yes, please follow Kiwi's channel if you get a chance to. So, all right, so there's lots of, all these little pumpkins, you know, they all have shadows, but I'm going to work on the big shadows first, and then I'm going to come back. I don't want to get myself too confused and too lost. And like I said, sometimes when I work, I try to basically give myself some sense of encouragement to know that I'm headed in the right direction. So that doesn't always mean that I do things in exactly the right order. I do them in the order that's good for my brain. Yes, of course, Kiwi. I do them in the order that's good for my brain. And so that it's sometimes contrary to, you know, what might be the most efficient way. So again, I wish I was more scientific about that, but sometimes I just need to feel like when I look at this and I see these little shadows coming in for the bigger chunks of the kitties, and it starts to put a little dimension in there, I'm like, oh, okay, all right, it's starting to come together. I can see it working, and so I would rather do that just for a little bit, and then I'll circle back to it. You're working on a watercolor warm-up right now. How did you feel about your oil test? Because you tested out your oils this morning. I did watch a lot of that kind of in the background while I was working on some other things. But how did you feel about your oil paints there? Just gonna scoot this over so we can work on this kitty cat a little bit. And so again, this looks black, right? But it actually had a little bit of white mixed into it. And so I'm just gonna be able to take this now other black glaze that I made, and I don't use real black on my palette. I mix my blacks with various browns and blues. That gives me a little bit more control over what kind of black, what kind of color I need. You love them? Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. I think what's really interesting actually about Kiwi is she has a lot of experience. A lot of people in here actually do. And I am less so, but a lot of experience working in a lot of different mediums. And I did work in oil paints years ago, but I really only consider myself an acrylic painter. And so I really enjoy when I see somebody else that's able to work across multiple mediums, and it makes me learn something, when I can see that. So I really enjoyed seeing Kiwi's sketches and other projects that she showed yesterday. Just got to get a better grasp on the basics. I understand that. That's the lifelong process though, right? But I think that you were off to a very, very good start. So that was definitely good. And I'm glad that you loved them and that you had fun with them. It was not torture. It was not torture the way that I think that your title was implying. You can't sit still. I understand. So like right here, this is a really nice area to, again, just start to see a little bit of dimension come in. Put it in the tail here. And I loved actually learning when I did this cookie class, which again, I finished a lot of it, but I still have many more lessons to go. And of course, lots of practical knowledge to, of course, Kiwi. Lots of practical knowledge to apply, work through. But one thing that I really loved was the correct way to learn how to flood sections of the cookie so that they have this nice, division between like the head, the body, and the tail. So that was actually really lovely to learn, and makes it more interesting, far more interesting for my painting to do it that way rather than to, just frost the whole thing in one big swoop. I wanted it to have division. So this was a good experiment for me for both the cookie making purposes and then for the painting purposes, to try to get something that was a much more interesting subject for myself. And what I'm doing, by the way, is I have one brush that's going in with my glaze, and the other brush is simply a clean brush that I put a little bit of acrylic medium on, and it helps me to kind of soften out my edges a little bit. But yeah, I like seeing, like I said, if I could get, lots and lots of these little shadows in here today, I feel like that would just be, there's a lot more to go, right? But I'm only an hour in, so I think I'll be, maybe not as good as I'd like to be, but in a lot better shape. But I think it would just, again, be like that sense of encouragement that I need to see like that I'm headed in the right direction. So here again, like I don't want to do this shadow because this is the shadow on the cookie color, and so that's going to be different. But I do want to do the shadow of this cookie onto this one here. So that is still this dark color. And so we'll do it up to this point here. And then I might have to circle back on this because I didn't get this, there's a lot of cleanup at this early stage too, where I didn't get my shapes exactly right, like right here. So I'm gonna have to come back to that after this first pass, after this dry. So that's the big trick. So I just gotta let it dry. Did you like, by the way, Kiwi? And I don't know if you're working on, you said you're working on something, so if you can't hear me, that's okay. But did you like the openness of the oils, like that they did stay wet and workable for longer than some of the other mediums that you work with? One thing too that I will end up doing is when I come in to start layering things on here, it's 8:30 and I need to turn a light on. Autumn is coming. Is that right, Jake? Yeah, it is getting just a little bit darker, a little bit sooner. I noticed when we moved here, because we're in upstate New York, I noticed when we moved here, this is such an odd seasonal area because there's no transition. It's just one day it happens. One day you wake up and it's like, it's fall, and everything has changed. So we don't have the big transitions here. I don't feel anyway. Maybe other people feel different, but I don't think that we do. It was strange coming from Central Florida because Central Florida was kind of, we had hot seasons and then hotter seasons. There wasn't a whole lot of variance in there. There was a little bit of, a cooling off period, but in all those years, we lived there for almost 20 years. In all those years, I think I turned the heat on less than 5 times in like 10 years or in 20 years. Like it was a long time. So I guess I was there. How long was I there? Maybe not quite 20 years, but anyway, long time to not run the heat that much. All right, that's pretty good. Yes, you think your main issue is that you're using a bit too much oil, which made the paint harder to blend. Yeah, that's an interesting balance, right? If you start with oil paints, adding oil, because you're using oil as opposed to like another medium, right? You're using the oil to spread the paint. So yeah, that's just something, you'll figure out what you're comfortable with. That was one thing that I always had trouble with. I think I used oil paints from a company called M. Graham, and they were made with walnut oil. And so I would use a little bit of walnut oil to work the paints as opposed to using like a chemical solvent because I didn't want to have solvents in my house. But it is tricky. It is tricky to do because you really have to get a feel for like how much you need, because it's really easy to put way too much in there and then you're stuck with it never ever drying. Ventilation limitation of the dorms. Yeah, I totally understand. I actually like the method of painting without solvents much better because it's much cleaner. It's much more environmentally friendly. That's just, again, my personal opinion, but I like working with acrylics now. So again, it's been a long time since I worked in oils, but I was just curious if you enjoyed that part of things, just having it be much more workable for a longer period of time. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and just turn this on its side. That's gonna be a little easier for me, I think, to be able to see some of this other section here as I go. Oops. So again, I'm gonna come down here to this kitty, and we're gonna do a shadow right down this side that gets a little bit wider as I get toward the head of the kitty. And then I'm going to go ahead go right around here like this, right around its face, and get a little shadow there. And then I'm going to go in with the other brush with just a little bit of acrylic medium on it, and just taper that out a little bit. So again, just a very early stage of the painting, but all of this is essential foundation stuff for me being able to come in and make it look realistic, like later this week. So just patience for the process. Oh, and Phil, you're still lurking. I get it. Thank you so much, Phil. I appreciate it. All right, so again, I want to come in with this color. I'm just going to blow this up so I can see. I try to work at a 1-to-1 scale whenever I can, just because it's a lot easier for my brain to process. And I'm just gonna come down here and try to make this really dark shadow right there. So again, I'm gonna just soften this up a little bit from before. Sometimes that just removes a little bit of the paint for me, which is good. I don't always have to change the color. Sometimes I just need to change the opacity. You're lurking too, Carl's Jr. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. And I'm just gonna soften this ever so slightly, right around the edge here. Let's see what's going on this side. This side's got a little bit of a shadow right here, not so much. And again, on this side, I have a slight shadow, but not like a really dark shadow. Oofir, I love the little face. Oofir. I love the little face. And I'm gonna taper that out a little bit because it's a little heavy for what this shadow is. Again, I'm not too terribly concerned if I get this, not exactly right at this stage, but I might as well fix it since I'm here. All right, let's go ahead and switch brushes just because I'm over in this section. I might as well address some of the pumpkin face. Said I wasn't going to do that, but I guess I lied. I'm going to do that just because it's convenient for me now. I'm just going to switch to a slightly smaller brush. And we'll go right into the pumpkin. And one thing I want to do, let's turn this right back this way, just because I want to address this really quickly, is whenever I look at something like this, I know I have very heavy shadows, right? And it can get very, very confusing. But I also have to make a very conscious choice of where my light is coming from. And that will help me to be a little less confused as I go. So all my shadows are essentially being cast to the left side. So the heaviest of shadows are this way. There's a few that are gonna fall on this side as well, but really like this cookie is on top of this cookie, therefore it casts a heavy shadow to the left. So if I think about it that way, that everything's coming this way to the left, it's gonna make things a lot easier when I go in and try to do like these little areas of the pumpkin face. So again, my shadow is really gonna be cast like in this curve, this curve, this curve, things like that. So it just helps me to keep that in perspective and helps me make fewer mistakes, because it really is very easy, very, very easy to get lost when you're in here. And so even though I'm looking at my photo, there's some things that are just very subtle. So very, 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 very important to just make a very clear, even out loud decision. I'm going to paint it so that all the shadows fall to the left. And there will be subtlety that comes in later on. But sometimes when you photograph things, your photos might be a little bit deceptive, because you might photograph something that has multiple light sources. And so it's very hard to determine where to put your shadows. And so this kind of helps with that a little bit. So this I'm going to do a little bit lighter. I actually missed doing this little nose earlier. So I'll come back to that. We'll scoot down here. Again, this little thing is actually a mouth. And I need it to come down sort of like that. But because I don't actually have any color, and I'm doing this as a glaze, I'm gonna have to circle back to this too, because you can see that my glaze went on, but it's very translucent. The glaze that I'm using really only works particularly well when I have the kind of very dark gray on here already, and then I glaze to define it. So in this area, I'm just gonna have to come back to it and put another layer on, which is okay, part of the process. So again, I have a little shadow here, but I mostly have the shadow to the left. There's a tiny bit, like a very thin shadow that goes around this eye, but it's mostly a heavy shadow to the left. It's sideways now, so that's hard to tell, but anyway, mostly a heavy shadow. And then even as I build in, you know, the other layers, where I start to build up the highlights on it, again, if I keep in mind those rules that I've set for myself, will make it much, much easier to come back in and figure out what to do. Because these pile paintings, I love doing them. They're good for my brain. They're really cool looking in the end, but they are very, very confusing. They are very, very confusing. There is one that you can go look at, probably the most confusing one that I ever did. For anybody who plays any games like Magic the Gathering or Dungeons and Dragons, something like that, I did a painting of gaming dice, and I think it was 18 by 24. So it's substantially larger than this one that I'm doing. And I think it took me 2 full months of full-time work to do. And it was beautiful. It had lots of glazed layers of paint because I wanted it to look like you were looking, it was like the gaming dice that are translucent, like all the colored gaming dice. You can find it on my website. I think I have prints up there too. But very, very complicated because they were essentially lots of colored shapes and numbers. And then this desire that I had to make it all look, you know, like the light was passing through all of those translucent gaming dice. So yeah, you think this is complicated. You ain't seen nothing yet if you haven't seen that one. And it was a challenge, but it's okay. I learn from everything that I paint. I try to learn something from to apply to a future painting. So it's still one of my favorites in terms of its very, very complicated nature. So usually I paint food nowadays, but yeah, that was Ufier, you're out for the afternoon. Take care, everyone. Okay, thank you so much, Ufier. I really appreciate you popping in. It was nice to have you in here for us today. So thank you for that. I'm gonna go in again. We're gonna mix up a little bit more of this dark color. And I'm just gonna try to go in, I think just around my ghost a little bit. So again, I have like a little shadow on the right side, but I have a heavier shadow on the left side. And that's just because the frosting, when I put it on, you know, like these little smiles on the ghost face, right? They're raised. So the light is really hitting the top part of the frosting. So there's a heavier shadow on the side that's farthest away and a smaller shadow on the one that's closest to you. Thank you so much for sharing the link to the gaming dice. I appreciate that very, very much. Is that my husband that did that? I don't know. Or is that Kiwi that did that? I apologize because I'm still trying to figure this out. And the other day I said for him to do a shout out to someone, or for somebody to do a shout out to someone. And I don't know. I guess I didn't understand how that worked exactly. He's like, that was me. Who did you think it was? I was like, I don't know. He's like, did you think it was just the computer you were talking to? Like, computer, do a shout out to someone. So I'm figuring it out little by little. But everybody's very kind and patient with me. So But yes, that's the link to my crazy gaming dice piece. So go ahead and click on it if you want, just to kind of see what it was, because that was a beast. That was a beast to paint. Oh, that one wasn't you? Okay, so that was my husband then. Is there a way for me to tell? I don't know. Like if I look at that, I guess it says it's from me, right? It says it's from Kim Testone Artist. I don't know. Anyway, I'm showing my ignorance here. I apologize. That is such an amazing painting. Thank you very much, Cupie. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was something. It's really interesting though too, because usually I use like this glazing medium that's like satin. It's like a nice, it gives it a nice satin sheen, and I mix it with all of my paint. But for that one, that one came from your account. For shout outs, you'd only be able to see it if you were in mod view for chat. Okay, thank you, Cupie. I'll try to figure this out. But for that one, I actually used a gloss medium through the whole thing. So it really does shine like through many, many layers of paint, and the light shines through them and bounces back at the viewer. And it was a high gloss piece. So that was really very different for me, and a very interesting piece. But I appreciate you explaining things to me as I go, Cupie. Thank you. And I'm sorry that I'm still figuring this stuff out. All right, so I'm just gonna hop back in here and just touch that up where we did that earlier. And I said that that wasn't completely effective yet. I'm gonna come back in here as well. And I'm gonna hop down to this kitty cat. We'll go right around here. Here. So again, heavier shadow on the left. And I will add many more layers of paint to give these dimension as I go. But let's flip it back up. And so we're just starting. We're starting to get a little bit of dimension in there. Again, just enough to give me a little bit of a base today. So, but that's okay. Like I'm good with that. That's part of the process. Let's go right around these little eyes. Again, mostly to the left side here. And again, I'm gonna break my rules again, or do, I guess, what works for me. I am going to switch in a second to my orange shadowy color, because I feel like I wanna see it. I wanna see what it's going to look like. And my orange shadow color, which is gonna be most of these blank areas, not all of them, but most of them, it is gonna be very red. And that's really what it is. It's very, very red. But yeah, we'll just push through today. We'll try to get as much done on these shadows as I can. And I really think that will just make all the difference in the world in terms of just a very early perception of depth in the piece. So let's go in here. But this color is, again, it's not true black. This is just mixed from my Payne's Gray and my Burnt Umber. This color here that was my base was the same, but essentially mixed with a little bit of white. That made it a nice gray color for me, a dark gray. I think that, you know, of all my pieces though, my pile pieces are really, they're just a lot of fun to look at. They're a lot of fun to look at, and like I said, they're very easy on my brain in terms of the painting process. So they're time consuming. I'm not going to say they're not. They're time consuming, but I really like them. Like, I could just paint pile paintings forever because it feels like I know what I'm supposed to do. And it just, again, about executing the process. So I'm gonna, again, just come in here and put a little shadow for this left side, mostly. The one thing that I will do as I go is, as I build up these layers, I want to get, I'll just show on my little image, my little reference image here. See this lovely, like, sparkly sheen? That's the cookie, you know, this wonderful texture of the cookie here. I want to capture that on here. And so I will be using my stipply brush to do that. And so we'll add layers, multiple layers of paint that get gradually brighter and lighter to try to build up that dimension, but in a way that looks very, very organic. As opposed to being just regular brush strokes. So everybody has their own method for what works best for them, but because I'm a food painter in particular, that is what I have found I really like, is being able to see all of that lovely, you know, food texture and reflection. And trying to, I really don't like brush strokes in my pieces, so we try to eliminate those. See, if I was smarter about this though, when I passed through this the first time, I would have actually made sure that, like right here, that I painted that gray color all the way up to the edge of this cookie, so that, again, I could come back in and add my shadow and it would be going on like some of these others, but I did miss that when I was working through it the first time. So yeah, makes it a little bit more difficult for me on these passes, but that's okay. That is okay. See this little shadow here, this is part of the stem coming up here, and then the rest of the cookie sits on this like this. Okay, let's come back up here. I think I missed this left side of this kitty's face here just a little bit. So again, I don't worry that this isn't quite perfect yet, because I know I'm going to be adding many, many more layers to this as I go. So I'm going to actually thin this out just a little bit and still come down this side with a shadow, but it's going to be a little bit lighter than this shadow, a little bit thinner and a little bit lighter. and that's just by adding more medium to it. Back up here, and just a bit more. And like I said, I want to hop over to doing the orange shadows. I think that's going to start to make things pop for me. And sometimes I just need to feel a little bit encouraged to see that visually things are coming together. Sometimes things look a little too... it's interesting because sometimes things look a little too like, oh gosh, it's really a long way from being done. But then I add just a little thing and it's like, oh, okay, that's what it's gonna be. So even though there is a lot of details, there are a lot of details and a lot of layers that are gonna need to be added to this, I just need to feel some sense of encouragement to know that I am going in the right direction. So again, I'm gonna just come in here, do a light shadow. I really love these little faces, by the way, on all of these little things. So I don't know, you can't probably tell yet, but they're all like, I tried intentionally to make all these little characters look like they're looking at each other. So it's this big, lovely, friendly mass of little creatures that are just so joyful to be hanging out with each other, even though that sounds a little silly. I just wanted them to feel very, very like they were very, very at home with each other. That they were all friends, that they were all just, very adoring of each other. So that was my goal when I laid these out. And that's one reason why I, again, try to make my own images from my own references, like these real life cookies, because that gives me that full sense of control, so that I can make little things like where I can have all these little smiling faces and have them all look at each other. Whereas if I'm relying on picking something up, from the store, it's less so. It's not that I haven't done that. I have painted lots of things from the store over the years, but I prefer, when I can, to have full control over my images. So let's just do a little bit more on the black. It's not going to be everything yet, because I do need to go in and really trim up a lot of these little ghost eyes and around all the kitty features, because those are all raised bits of icing. But I do want to go in and just do some of this orange real soon here. So you know what, I think I'm just going to use whatever paint I have mixed up at this point, and then I'm going to hop over to some orange, because I think that will be fun. And what is painting if not fun? If it feels like a drudgery, that's one reason why I do things out of order sometimes. If it feels like a drudgery, if it feels frustrating, if it feels, mechanical, then it's not fun anymore. So I gotta have it be fun. I'm gonna come in here and just put a little shadow right here. So I want all my paintings to be fun, actually. I want all of my subjects, I want everything to have a sense of nostalgia, and I want everything to have a sense of fun. And so that is why I paint things like ice cream and cookies and whatever, because I don't want, every artist has a different purpose. Whatever you create, you have a different vision, and mine is, when people see my stuff, I just want them to feel some sense of joy. That's my little contribution to the world, I guess, is I want you to feel some sense of joy. So again, I'm going to have just a little bit of a heavier shadow coming down on this side of the mouth. I'll come back and refine the other side later on. Just want a little bit there. I guess I almost think of this, this stage of my painting as my sketch. So I say sometimes, this part is like drawing, but it's really like my sketch. That's like a very detailed sketch, and it gives me everything that I need to come in and add all those wonderful details and sense of dimension. And I'm kind of, kooky like that, where I put ridiculous amounts of time into something like this. At this stage of painting, just, to make my life a little easier later on. But it does require immense patience to do that, because it's very easy to want to rush to the end. And I've just learned that's not good for me. So like I said, this kind of puts me in a sort of a painting trance, and I get to enjoy this process through the whole thing, just kind of in this very clear state of mind where I know what it is that I'm supposed to be doing. It's just a matter of getting it done. Sometimes I really struggle. I mean, there's some pieces that I've really struggled with in the past. Sometimes it's an ice cream, sometimes it's something else, but sometimes it's very, very difficult to replicate certain things realistically in paint. So yeah, there's certain ones that I've really, really struggled with, but for some reason, pile paintings, maybe it's just because it's a shallow depth of field. Maybe it's just because, again, the process is very conducive to my brain. But I've never really had that struggle. Time consuming, yes, but not a struggle with understanding what it is that I'm supposed to do. So for anybody who is, if you're an aspiring painter or, graphite artist or whatever you work in, I highly recommend giving yourself a chance with some kind of a pile painting. And also the trompe-l'oeil. I think those are really good training exercises. I say training, but I like them as finished paintings. But just something interesting to, challenge the way that you think, challenge the way that you work, and see what you're capable of. So again, I'm going to come in here. I do have all these colors, again, still mixed up. So what I will do is, like this color, I will use that mixed with other colors probably as I go to build up some of those lighter layers. Maybe I will switch it completely out at the end. I can see that in this color, black, different colors, when they're reflected, what this actually shows me here on my reference image is there's a tiny bit of this color, phthalo blue, that's actually reflected into that black. And so as I get into the later layers, that's what I will use. But that's a while from now. But you know, like I said, my brain sees that map. I can see what it is that I have to do. I just have to do it at this point. And for anybody who didn't, wasn't in here when I started this piece, I mentioned that, one of my favorite things from Halloween back in the day, when I was a kid, we trick-or-treated on Saturdays only and during the day. That was how our town did it. Everybody trick-or-treated all at the same time, and we had to be in by curfew. And so we all went out to the Halloween parade downtown, and then you would go through the fire department after the parade and the judging. You would go through the fire department, and you would get a little cookie and a 50-cent piece, which I still have all my 50-cent pieces, a little cookie and a 50-cent piece and an orange drink. And then you went in a very orderly procession through the town trick-or-treating. And this one woman in town, she was an elderly woman, and she would set up a table on her front porch that was a cookie decorating station. And so you would get to put the frosting on your cookie. That was her treat. Instead of giving out candy, you would get to put the frosting on your cookie, and then you got to decorate it with whatever you could find at the table. So I thought that was very sweet and lovely. And that's one reason why I wanted to do something like this for Halloween. But I do like doing the cookie things, aside from that anyway. Not just for Halloween. I just realized I'm a little off screen again, huh? It's hard. I can't get my camera to back up. I need a new setup because I can't get my camera to back up quite as much as I need to get the whole thing. So when I work on a slightly larger piece, I probably need to figure out another thing to attach this to other than my easel. Just gonna taper that out a little bit, and then I have a little bit more paint, so we'll just finish that out, and then we'll switch to another color. So I think that will, again, just make it more interesting for me. Maybe more interesting for you too. Sometimes I feel like it's a very quiet day. And sometimes I feel like everybody's just chilling. I feel like we're just all chilling a little bit today. It's a nice day outside. It wasn't raining for me. I got to go out to my garden. Got to pick some veggies, which I had for my lunch, and that was really nice. So it's a nice feeling to do that. And I actually think I might have, I'm not sure, but I think that my hazelnut trees actually might be producing just a few little hazelnuts, because I looked at it and I was like, what is that on there? I didn't think they were going to produce until next year. But I think they might be producing a few little hazelnuts, which is kind of exciting because this is the first year I've had them. And it's just a nice peaceful respite out there for me, just to wander around and see what I have. And mostly an experiment, but it is nice when some of it works. So I do think that my green peppers might also produce, and that was something I was really excited to see. because I thought they were there. It's a little late in the season. They kind of grew by accident. Again, much as an experiment, but I do think that they might actually produce. They've got lots of little blossoms on them coming through. All right, let's just do a little bit more. Let's do the kitty's face here. Now I realize this looks like, you know, it's very far away, right? But the truth is I've only worked on this on the stream. And so I only have we're 2 hours in today. I only have roughly, what would that be, like 10 hours in? That's actually pretty good for me for a pile painting. So, so we're gonna work on this, but I might rotate some other smaller pieces in and out so that y'all don't have to see the whole thing all at once. We'll have to see. There are some other smaller pieces that I wanted to do. Let's go ahead and switch. Let's switch colors now. There's, again, still lots of details with that, but I want to see some orange, right? I want to see some of these wonderful orange shadows come in here, or I should say red shadows. So let's try like right in here to start. And so again, I have this almost at a 1-to-1 scale. And I'm gonna use my cadmium red and a little bit of my cadmium yellow. I'm gonna put some more red in there. I want that to be really, really red. And then we'll dull it down a little bit. I actually am wondering, I might do something a little unconventional. Let me just see. I think that's gonna work a little bit better for me. So I'm just adding a tiny bit of my burnt umber. I don't always do that, but I have done that before when I have to get really rich red shadow type things. Sometimes my burnt umber helps me. So let's give that a shot and just see. Might not be quite dark enough, but we're gonna check. Let's put a little medium in there. Yeah, I think that will, well, let's put a little bit more blue. A little bit more blue in there. Just to deepen it a little bit more. And so we're gonna do a couple passes on this color as well. Probably way more than that. But for right now, for today, we'll try to do a couple passes. And so it's just this nice, this is where this shadow is casting a shadow on this cookie. And it's just this nice, deep red color. And I'm just going to clean up that edge a little bit. And so what this really is this is the stem from this cookie, casting this on here. And then there's a much shorter shadow right around this part. Just a little bit. All right, that's a good start. We'll do one right here. And it's just kind of this piecemeal problem solving thing, right? You do one little piece, you figure something out. You do another little piece and things start to come together. So it's just moving around and trying to figure out all of those little pieces. And, you know, if you're going to experiment with pile pieces, like I said, I've done all kinds of piles. I do this now because I think this is interesting for me. I want to create something that, you know, is from my imagination and fully within my control, but you can do pile pieces with anything. Like I showed the dice one, or I showed the link to the dice one earlier. You could do it with whatever you enjoy, or just whatever you have laying around. So Plo, who hangs out in here, Plojette, who's a wonderful streamer as well, she did a pile piece the other day of jelly beans, and so that was really fun to see. So yeah, whatever you find. Let's do this way a little bit. Whatever you find that you like. You know, just the one thing I would say is, you know, maybe a random dumping of stuff is less effective. I guess it depends on what you paint, but I usually spend quite a bit of time trying to strategically arrange my stuff so that it's going to feel balanced. So I don't know how much time I spent trying to get these cookies. Probably a half hour trying to get this cookie pile to look right. And then I have some tricks that I use to try to get everything, you know, kind of upright and facing in the same direction and the same level, because I didn't want it to be like a curved pile of cookies. I wanted everything to be on one level. Let's head down here. This is a nice shadow area here. Not all the way down though, because this little kitty cookie peeks up to right about there. Anyway, I appreciate everybody being in here and watching. I hope that it's kind of enjoyable, even though it's an early stage of the piece. I hope that it's kind of enjoyable to watch. I think it's peaceful. But the thing is, this is the last true, I'll call it problem-solving day in the painting. Once I get through the problem solving with all the shapes, then it becomes just much easier. I can see I missed a little bit of this nose here, so we'll just leave a gap for that. Then it becomes much easier to just keep layering and layering and layering until I get something that looks very realistic. So this is still, for me, very much a problem-solving stage, though. Let's hop down here. I want to be careful to, I don't think I did this quite right here. I want to be careful to not paint my cookie color, which is right here, and that's falling in shadow. That's different. So, so I want to try not to do that. But I actually have this little pair of paintings, little 4x4 inch paintings that are ready to go. And I might rotate those in with this, just so that, again, we don't, we challenge ourselves, try not to do this all at once, because this is time consuming. I might work on this one outside of the stream, because it's just going to take me a bit to do it at some point, but we'll see. But I have this little pair that I really love, actually, that I did of 2 little swoops of frosting and 3 little goldfish, the goldfish crackers. 3 little goldfish on each. So 3 swimming this way and 3 swimming this way. And I thought I'd call it competing schools of thought. So I have that ready to go. And I thought that they were really, really cute, actually. I've never painted goldfish before, and I wanted to try it. So I thought they'd be really cute. They're just right for a small scale piece like that. And they work well with the frosting too. So, because it looks like little, swirly bits of water that they are suspended in. So I thought we might give that a shot sometime soon here. All right. So again, I'm going to have this kind of deep red color in some of these frosting areas, like around the eyes and the nose, again, casting to the left side. But for right now, I just want to get the big chunks. We're just going to go for the big chunks right now. Oops. So let's get this one down here. So again, not this little area, because that is a shadow on the actual cookie. So we just want to stick with the frosting area. Up here, let's see here. Got just a little bit of one right here. So I'm getting most of these really large ones. This is actually wrong, so it happens. This does not have cookie in my original reference image. So this frosting actually only continues up to about here. And this should actually be trimmed out with that red. That's a shadow. So again, problem solving, right? This is all problem solving. Trying to sort through all of those things. And different people will have different points of view, but you'd be like, well, why do you go through this? Why do you go through this? Just to make something, why don't you just, take your photo and print it, right? But I want you to see, I think as a painter, first of all, I think it's really interesting. I want people to see it and know that it's human made and know that it's, that it's taken many, many hours to create something. I think when we see that about any kind of art, that it helps to, I guess this is just my personal philosophy, but when we see what kind of time and effort someone has put into making something, hopefully it opens our eyes to, what we're capable of, what humanity is capable of. That might be a little high and mighty for some Halloween cookies, but that's what I feel. So that's why I do it, I guess, in part. Partly about enjoying the process, partly about wanting to make something beautiful, and partly about showing you what I can do with this, so that you see, what people are capable of. All right, well, let me just see here. Let's hop over to this one here. And again, now that we have all this nice base color coming in for everything. It's just going to be a matter of getting lots of layers on top of it. And that, so it seems like it's really far away, and it is, it's far away from being done, but it really is a matter of just adding lots of layers in a semi-ordered fashion that's going to get it to look really, really realistic. So we put in the grunt work now, and then we get to the fun part where it starts to come together. If you're just coming in, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are doing this painting based on these real life cookies, which I actually baked and decorated, and we are aiming for something that looks very realistic eventually, like this one. So thank you so much for popping in. I really appreciate it. And yeah, this is just an acrylic painting. It looks like it is dimensional, but it is totally flat. So anyway, that's what we're going to aim for with this whole pile. So we're pushing through. We're at an early stage. We're just starting to build out some dimension in the piece. I'm going to hop up here. Hi, Solar. How are you? Welcome in. I am painting Halloween cookies. I am, Solar. Painting Halloween cookies. So I baked my cookies. They are here. I'm so glad. Yes, I am doing well, Solar. Thank you very much. I baked my Halloween cookies. I decorated them earlier this week. And yeah, we're just trucking along. We're trying to get some base colors in everywhere. So I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. We're just being patient, because that's what we gotta be at this stage of things. So, all right. I'm gonna go ahead and hop into just doing a little bit on these pumpkins. Write down where these division lines are, so that each of the pumpkins has a section, right? So there's three distinct sections to the pumpkin cookie. So I'll hold it up here so you can see that I flooded within these 3 sections and built the cookie up that way. So we want to have a slight shadow in there. Again, we're going to build up lots of layers, but this is kind of just building in a little bit more of our, base drawing, I guess. Drawing with my paintbrush, essentially. So we'll just add a little bit more form. I want to do something similar with this later with my my green as well, because that also, my little green on the pumpkins, is also in 3 distinct sections. Yesterday I put in quite a long day in here, and then I had a lot of work to do afterwards as well. So I'm probably not going to do quite that long today, but we are still going to go for a couple more hours. But a couple more hours, that's going to do a lot for this painting in a couple hours, I think, anyway. All right, so let's come in here. We'll just draw right down here. Again, this is think of it like a drawing for me at this stage. I don't have to necessarily keep all of this. It's mostly to give me a little bit of information to go on. So as I build up my layers, I will probably end up painting over a little bit of this. but some of it will still be evident, like it will still peek through some of my other layers of paint. And again, I could have gone in and trimmed out everything when I initially laid this out to make the cookies absolutely perfect, but I like having them a little bit homemade looking. And I have found when I try to correct too much stuff in my reference photo that it just starts to look unconvincing. So I'd rather have it be very close to what I actually have, where these little pumpkins have, you know, some imperfect icing, imperfect frosting technique. I'd rather have it be that than be, you know, just a little too perfect. So some of it I am gonna fix, but some of it I am not. And I'm just gonna go ahead, I can see this little nose here that I've missed. So since my paint is still wet, just gonna go in there, try to get that. And I can see this is a dark spot in here too, which I missed. This must be a little kitty that's underneath this kitty, probably anyway. And so I'm just gonna go in and try to put something in there before this paint all dries on me, on my palette. Oops. Just clean that up a little bit with my medium since I smudged it. This is another part that I can see also is this darker color. I'm just gonna mix it up since I'm here. Just make a little bit extra. Just because again, I'm problem solving at this stage. I want to try to fill in as much as I can. All right, so we're starting to see a little bit of evidence of how all this stuff is laying on top of each other. And we're just going to try to build that out today as much as we can without driving ourselves too crazy. So like I said, I'm going to come in here and try to make some of these little pumpkin shapes where this division was happening between these sections. I really liked this technique, by the way. I was never very good at it, and then it's amazing what one little online class, it's kind of like, oh, okay, that's how you do it. And so anybody wanting to learn cookies, how to decorate cookies, I highly recommend this class. It's been very good. And I said, I think maybe when we get closer to the holidays, maybe we'll try to do a cookie decorating class in here, just for kicks, for anybody who would like to learn. And you know, we'll then paint the cookies. But it takes me a long time to decorate these things. I mean, it's not. Anybody who decorates cookies will tell you, like, it's time consuming. So, you know, I'd be perfectly fine to do it in here with y'all if you want to see, and then you can share your newly found cookie decorating skills with family and friends at the holidays. So again, this is kind of an area where I'm gonna keep this little frosting faux pas in here, where this flooding came in. Separate floodings when you put all the thinned out frosting to build up a section. And so my flooding did not come all the way to the edge of this cookie, so you can still see my border, but I'm gonna keep it there. I like that homemade look. I think it's better to see that little human-made quality of my cookies too, so that you know it's not AI. Because that's part of me being in here, right? Just to show you that I'm not AI, and that neither are my subjects. So let's make them a little more human and embrace that. That's interesting though to me. Like this little one, which again, just a few little shadow marks, but now I start to get just a tiny bit again of dimension in here. So it doesn't take much to start to get that little hint of dimension. And then I think the thing that, you know, like I said, sometimes I have to paint things out of order to feel like encouraged that I want to move on to the next stage. But, you know, as I progress through a painting, then I get more excited about it as I go, because then I'm like, oh, it's coming together. All right, just that little bit. Oh, okay, that part's coming together. So I get excited over such silly little things. When I start to see something that just starts to give me a little hint, just a little hint that I'm headed in the right direction. Like even, okay, like this little pumpkin here, right? Like my frosting was not perfect. My little sections of flooding were not perfect. But gosh darn it, he looks like he's smiling because this little pumpkin brought like this corner of the cheek up. And that's technically a mistake, but I like it. I like it that way. I like to see that this is like the most joy-filled little pumpkin ever. A little jack-o'-lantern. I want them to be happy. So I think I used the term yesterday, this thing's going to be just so stinking cute that you're not going to be able to stand it in the end. It's just going to be so stinking cute. And I don't think that most traditional art maybe gets described that way. But man, that's right, Mound, le cookie. Le cookie. He's still painting the cookies. We're trying to paint our cute little cookies. Welcome in, Mouth. I hope you're doing well today. All right, I'm going to mix up a little bit more of this color. So again, I'm mixing a lot of red because I like this. I think this particular color building up is going to just, again, help me to feel encouraged as I go. Get in early on Halloween. I'm glad it's taking over August and September, right? That's what we got to do. I want to be in time for everything. You know. Well, I'll tell you a secret. Just like Christmas, so there will be 3 holidays, right? Well, they already started having the Halloween parties at Disney World. I actually thought it didn't start until mid-August, but it already has started, which is super, super early. So yeah, I guess that's just what people do now. People, keep their decorations out for a very, very long time. But I will say, I have my little painting, my little print club, and this is my little Halloween painting from last year, which is super, super cute. I called it Chasing Butterflies, and this was a frosting and cookie painting. And so this is the featured print in my print club this month. But you're going to get a bonus in there if you join this month. And I'm not going to tell you what it is, but let's just say I'm trying to make it happen. So I got to start early to make sure. Thank you very much, Mound. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so that was a fun little piece to paint, and Disney having their Halloween parties this early. It's funny because my husband, when he worked at Disney World years ago, he used to work some of those Halloween parties, and I think he said, I never went to one because they were very, very expensive to go to. Still don't understand the depth on the black cats. I join what? On the black cats? Oh, how I'm getting the depth on the black cats? On the cookies or on the actual cats here? But yeah, when he worked at Disney, they only had like four Halloween parties a year, or maybe 8. Now it's like, I don't know, some ridiculous number because it goes all through multiple days a week for August, September, and October. Still don't understand the black cats and join what? Oh, so my print club, Mal. This is my print club, or one of my print clubs. So you can join my print club on my website, and then you get this little print, and then you'll get a Halloween bonus, which again is a surprise this year. And yes, on the black cats. Do you mean here, like how I'm starting to get it here, or do you mean how I did it on the cookies? So, it's just a difference on the painting. I mean, this is only a little bit done yet, right? But on the painting, it's just, this is my solid black. This is the same color, basically, mixed with a tiny bit of white, and we're going to build things up. So we'll work on it. We're going to get it eventually. But right now, today we're just kind of going in. We're going to try to get as much shadow stuff done as we can on all of this. So I'm going to hop down here just because I want to. Every time I pick up those cookies to show them, then I smell them. They smell really good. It makes me hungry. But yeah, sometimes this is, like there, I added a second layer. It's not even that's a little too wet, so I don't want to do that. It's not even changing the color. It's just adding multiple layers of the same color, and it makes a really unique effect. I think that, again, I try to describe this way of painting that I do as, I compare it to having multiple sheets of translucent plastic, colored plastic, which is essentially what acrylic paint is. Sorry, I went to your website, and I mean on the painting. Oh yeah, so yes, so the dimension is just created by the way we do it here, like just kind of changing the color up, keeping warmer colors on the bottom, warmer, darker colors on the bottom, and bringing them up in lighter and brighter shadows. So yes, so the dimension on here is essentially what we're going to do on these kitties, except when I built this cookie model, I actually made different cookie shapes. So I did this back part was one cookie, and then each of the legs was a different cookie that I set on top of it. And so yeah, so there's just building up I appreciate it, Mound. Just building up lots and lots of layers, just like we do all the time in here. It's like, it just makes me think, what are we going to do tonight, brain, right? Pinky and the Brain from Animaniacs. Does anybody remember that? Does anybody know? So what are we going to do tonight, brain? We're going to build up lots and lots of layers of paint, because that's what we do. Lots and lots of thin layers of paint to give it dimension. So again, here, this is, a little bit of my human mistakes on the frosting not coming all the way out to the edge, but I like it that way. And so trying to paint all over the world, I like that. That's much wittier than what I had, Mel. Thank you. Trying to paint all over the world. Yeah, I like that. I used to really like that cartoon. My husband never watched it, which I was very surprised to learn. I think he would have liked it. I think he would like it a lot, actually. The whole Animaniacs thing. All right, so we're just going to keep doing this. I do like the choice to go in and try to work on some of these reddish shadows in here. Again, I think it's just very encouraging to see how things come together. So Animaniacs had amazing writers and still holds up. Does it? Because I haven't watched it in years, Mound. And I know I was too young to understand some of the jokes, because I know some of them were more well beyond my years in terms of understanding. But so it makes me think I might appreciate it more nowadays. I'll have to find it. Does anybody know if it's streaming on anything? Because I'd really like my husband to see it at some point. It's worth a rewatch. I believe that. I every now and then I go back and watch some old cartoons. I actually think this might sound really silly, but one of my favorite cartoons of all time is actually the Ghostbusters cartoon from the 80s, which was actually written by, the first few seasons, most of the episodes were written by J. Michael Straczynski, who is a very famous comic book writer, but this is before he wrote comic books. So it's just a really good, it was just a really good cartoon. So I watched that a few years back. I went through and watched that. And I also really liked the Batman cartoon. Yeah, the real Ghostbusters. That's right, Mound. Not that other fake one. They did have another Ghostbusters cartoon. I don't remember what it was called. Just plain Ghostbusters, I guess. But it was not the real Ghostbusters. And then the Batman cartoon from the 90s, from the early 90s. That was another one that was my favorite, that I think, for the most part, again, up until the end, it holds up. And so I started watching with my husband the other day the new Batman cartoon, which is on Amazon, and that one's been really well. That one's really good too. So I've enjoyed watching that one. The animated Batman is amazing as well. It is, right? That was really one of my. I think that one is probably my top cartoon of all time. I was always a big cartoon person. But I think that one is my favorite of all time. I did watch, there was a Superman cartoon that was on for a much shorter amount of time, but around that same time, and it was okay as well. Another cartoon that was actually really good, if you enjoy something like that, like superhero-y stuff. Actually, the Justice League cartoon from the early 2000s and Justice League Unlimited cartoons, those were really, really good. I know Mark Hamill Joker will forever be your Joker, right? Every other Joker seems very subpar by comparison. I agree. I know that he, I said when my husband worked at the studios in Florida, at MGM Studios, now called Hollywood Studios, they used to have Star Wars weekends, and Mark Hamill would come sometimes to those, and I guess he was always a really nice guy. But yes, his voice for the Joker was always the best. Made by the same people as the Batman animated series. Was the Justice League one? It was made by the same people? I don't know if I realized that. I know that the writer for it was a really great comic book writer, at least the lead writer for it, named Dwayne McDuffie, I believe, and he was really, really good. It was really, really good. So I enjoyed that. I saw that they have a new Batman cartoon coming out, like a movie-length one, with Nightfall. And I never read Nightfall. My husband read it, but he said that the preview for it seemed like it was very true to the original story, and it looked like it had a lot of the same production people for that one as did, the old Batman animated show. So I'm hopeful that it is, a good thing. But the Amazon one is really very good. I'm very surprised, actually, that it's so good, because there's some stinkers out there. There's some things that are not good, and I don't know why they strayed so much, but yeah, that's one of the good ones. So we've got just this little nice sense of dimension coming in, just a little bit here, just enough to keep me feeling like I'm again headed in the right direction. The same animators, is that right? Is it Bruce Timm? Is that one of the production people, I think, for the Batman cartoon? I don't know if he was the producer or the director for the cartoon. Yeah, so I have some more of these areas that are like, I could have made them perfect, right? I could have changed my drawing to make them perfect, but I think if I tried to go in and tried to make my drawing perfect when I went in to do the painting, then I think that it would have made it look too flat and fake. So I'd rather have the human error of my frosting mistakes in this. Amy the Walker, welcome back. It's nice to see you in here. I'd rather have my little frosting mistakes in here as part of the painting, because I think it'll make the painting look more genuine and real. Yes, Bruce Timm, Eric Radomski, and Bob Kane. Oh, okay. Is Bob Kane still alive? I didn't know. Hi, Amy. Yes, I'm good. How are you? Nice to see you. Nice to see you in here. We're just continuing our cookie painting, Amy. Just trying to get it a little more dimensional today. I hope everybody is having a nice Saturday. It feels like a nice, peaceful day. You're okay. The heat in your country is crazy. Where are you based, Amy? If you don't mind me asking, or the general area of the world, if you're more comfortable with that. All right, we're going to try this color again. Mix up a little bit more. Just yellow, red, a little bit of blue, and a little bit of burnt umber. Czechia. Am I saying it right? And so what is the temperature over there? I love that included a finger retroactively and no. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I understand, Mount. Put a little more red in this. All right, I can see I missed this little shadow here. I got you, Mount. Oh, Bill Finger, the true creator of Batman. Yes, remind me of that story because I have heard that, but it's been a long time. And so you can certainly clarify it for me, Mound, because I know that that was a controversial thing. At least I believe so from my recollection. So please feel free to explain. It's not, so, okay, so it's Czechia. Did I say it again? I'm gonna butcher it, Amy. I apologize. Yeah, I'm still gonna butcher it. I'm sorry. But how hot is it in your area of the world, since you said? All right, let's come in here with a thinned out version of this. Just come around and add a little more dimension in here, since I'm up here anyway. This is where my frosting swoops down into that nice shadow area there. Long story short, Bill Finger designed and basically created Batman, and it was, for lack of better words, stolen from him, and he never got credit because Kane took it. Yeah, that sounds familiar to me. And I know there was something about Bob Kane being very, well, a lot of people, right? Very much a self-promoter. But that is interesting. I would be very curious to learn more about that. I do remember hearing something about that a long time ago. So very, very interesting. So he never got credit for it. And just, you said, and he died broke. That is so sad. That is so sad. It's Amy, thank you for your forgiveness. It's okay. In shadows today in your part of the country, and it's around 35 degrees Celsius, which I've learned only recently is extremely hot. So I understand, Amy. I don't know Celsius very well, but I have learned that it is extremely hot. So I hope that you are trying to stay cool over there. I'm very lucky to be in air conditioning right now. I know it's a little warm outside here, although it's been better recently. But yes, I hope that you stay nice and cool. And thank you for being in here with us. Can you all just excuse me just 1 second? I'll just be right back. Sorry about that. For some reason, my nose runs when I'm out here in this room. 35 degrees Celsius is 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Thank you, Mound. Yeah, that's hot. That's hot. Like I said, when we lived in Florida, my gauge was different. Everything, it was always hot. It was always hot. So we got used to it. And we just kind of, I did anyway. He had to work outside when he was at Disney, but I tried to stay in the house. And then in my job, I was in air conditioning, so it was important to try to stay out of the heat. I only almost passed out once in the heat, and that was at a baseball game. I'm trying not to get burned. Last year, I burned my under area on my face, and geez, it was in pain until your birthday in January. Please not this year. Yeah. Be very, very careful. And as everybody says in here, they remind me to hydrate, to take breaks. And that is very, very important because, like I said, I only almost passed out one time from the heat in Florida. I was sitting in the bleachers of a spring training baseball game, and I drank soda instead of water, and that was a terrible mistake. So always drink water when you're out in the heat. Yeah, that was bad. There was nothing blocking the sun in those particular seats, and yeah, I remember that. For the most part, I really didn't mind the heat all the time. Like I said, I would stay in the house or the office most of the time. But if I had to do like lawn work, that was treacherous. That was terrible. So I have a lot of respect for people who do lawn work like in the middle of the day in hot Florida, because that is not fun. Not fun. Our air conditioning went out one time during like a really bad heat spell. And I remember my poor kitties, they were so hot that my one girl, she climbed up in her climber and just went, oh, and just like laid over the side because it was just so hot in the house. I think it had gone up to like over 90 degrees in the house, which was really terrible. That was really terrible. And those little spoiled girls, they were not used to that. So yeah, that was bad. That was bad. That's funny because yes, cats used to be desert dwellers. Is that right? Not my modern day cats. they were long hairs. Two of them had long hair, and they were like their air conditioning. They did not like that. They did not like it if we didn't have the air on. The same girl, one time I tried to take her to the vet, and the air conditioning in my car wasn't working, and she panted the whole first part of the trip, and it freaked me out so bad I turned around and took her back home because I didn't know if I'd be able to make it because I thought she was gonna, just pass out. She did not, and it wasn't even that terrible. It was just that I didn't have air conditioning running in the car. But yeah, she was spoiled. She liked her air conditioning. I think we're doing pretty good actually on this little, you know, again, it's very early stage, right? So yeah, very early stage of things. But I do think that we are seeing some light, seeing a little bit of signs, a little bit of dimensions starting to come out, and just knowing that the potential is there to make it beautiful. It looks eatable already. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that very much. Hopefully we get it to look a lot more edible than this, but I really appreciate that. I want it to be so, you know, I guess I always aim for really high realism, right? But I want it to be so realistic by the end that it looks like you could just reach in and pick up a cookie. So we're gonna go for it. Just gonna take us a little bit to get there, but we're gonna go for it. Just requires patience. Just patience. All right, so I think I'm gonna need to hop to the other side in a second here. At least at this point, I kind of know what my color mixes are to get all of these shadows in here. You know what, before we hop, well, no, let's stay somewhat organized, Kim. How about that? Let me do this one more little pumpkin cookie over here, right here. And then let's do a little bit on my stems after that, because I think that again will give me that nice little pop of dimension. And the other thing I haven't done is I haven't gone in and made any shadows on my actual cookie yet, on all of the cookies, and on my little ghost, because they are gonna have a little bit more shadow here. And then of course we're gonna make them a lot brighter so that they have sense of curve and dimension. But I do probably need to go in and try to put some shadow on the actual cookies today. Will be helpful. But first let's do the stems, because they'll be fun. And we're just going to finish up this pumpkin first. Just again, kind of outlining a little bit of where all those frosting sections come into play. And Mound, I don't know if you're still in here, but if you are, I think there's similar stories. I was going to mention that earlier. Similar stories, not exactly the same, but, you know, for like Jack Kirby, right? Who didn't always get as much credit as Stan Lee for his contributions to comics. And then similarly for the guys who created Superman, right? And their names are escaping me right now. Siegel. Somebody remind me. The guys who created Superman, they retroactively went back and gave them credit for a lot of things. Yeah, it was kind of doggy dog back then, right? I know they have there's like a charitable fund, right, for some of the creators even from previous decades. And they're a lot better about recognizing people now, but I know there is a charitable fund for some of the comic book creators. One that I thought was actually kind of stunk for modern day, the way that they were treated is Peter David. Peter David, he was one of the writers for Marvel Comics, and I know he got very sick and he passed away, and I don't believe that he was helped. I don't believe I think his family asked for help for all of the things that he had done, and that was refused. Now, again, I'm not a business person for that, so I don't know exactly how that would work, and but it just seemed very wrong and a little unfair for someone who had contributed so much to comic books. It's not like today you can say, hey, I was defrauded, and people would listen. That's true. That's true. But still, ultimately, a lot of businesses, struggle with putting people first. All right. They're finally starting to take a little bit of shape like cookies. So it took us a little while to get here. Still a long way to go, but they really are finally starting to get a little bit of cookie dimension in here. I'm going to thin that out a little bit. I just wanted to get a little bit of shadow over here. Not quite that heavy, but just a little bit. Let's go in and try at this point, I think. Let me do a little bit more here, but let's go in and try to do a little bit on the stems. I think that will be interesting. Not to go down a dark path, but how they use Stan as a prop at the end. I know, right? Yeah, kind of wrong. I mean, I enjoy knowing, as I learn things, things may not have shifted had even to the point that they are, to be a little bit better for people without people like Todd McFarlane actually, taking all the artists and going over and starting Image Comics. So that really was kind of revolutionary at the time. And I guess my understanding is that's not the first time that the creators tried to do that. It's just the first time they successfully did. So correct me if I'm wrong about that. But yeah, I know what you mean there. I know what you mean. Yeah. All right, so let's go in and try to do some of the pumpkin stems. And I don't know if I want to do anything with the eyes. I don't think I need to do that because I think the eyes are mostly the eyes on the kitties I'm referring to because it's the same color. I think that's mostly going to be building up colors to be brighter. And I think my darkest color is in there. But my stems, I might just want to refine those shapes just a little bit more. They've got some kind of heavy shadows in there. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to take my really bright blue, which was the base color that I used in this. I'm going to take my yellow, and make a green. And then I'm going to dull it down just a tiny bit with my cadmium red. So just a little bit, then we'll thin it out. I think I want this to be just a little bit more yellow, just a bit. And we'll thin it out, and we're just gonna do a few little shadowy areas on our pumpkin stems, mostly so that I can see the division between the sections. But I can see like right here, come down right like that. I might even add just a little bit more yellow to this for the future. So normally I would use, just my warm palette or my cool palette, but in this particular case, sometimes what you'll see me do is mix my my two palettes together. And so that's why I've mixed this dull red with this bright blue, so that I still get this intense color, but it's just a little bit more dulled down. And again, I'm kind of using this more like drawing. Thankfully you didn't burn your umber. Yeah, there you go. I did not burn my umber. And I'm just gonna pop this out a little bit here, again, for a frosting mistake that I made, but I want to capture it in the painting rather than try to clean things up just too much. I think that that is actually something that makes my pieces kind of unique, is that I really, again, want things to be kind of imperfect when they're represented, as opposed to being very pristine, like historically, sometimes in art history, sometimes people, they're painted, right, in these portraits that are very regal. They're in their best clothes, they're in their best hair, to show their status and their wealth. I much prefer the paintings where it's like regular folk, shown as they are. And so I kind of like that. I consider this my regular folk type style. The imperfections is the perfection. Thanks, Mound. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Imperfections is the perfection. I like that. Yeah, I much prefer, I showed like a couple weeks ago on that Friday stream that I did, where I showed like some of my old work. And I showed that series that I had done that was the people working at the concession stands in Florida. And I liked that for a lot of reasons. Again, that was an old style. I decided not to do it for various reasons, including people yelling at me. But I did like that because it was like showing normal people. I thought that normal people deserved to be shown in paintings. And so I thought that was, so I enjoyed that. So maybe, again, that's that little bit of influence that I get in something like this. Just stuff made by normal people, and not, not everything perfectly cleaned up. All right, let's go into these areas of my pumpkin. Right in here and here. Just double checking the screen to make sure I'm not working off the screen. I did that a few times today. So yeah, I think the best approach at this point is going to be, because this will only take me another second or a few minutes to get through just doing rough outlines on these sections. But I think the best approach is going to be for me to do the actual cookies next. That's going to be the part that's going to really start to give that impression of this being a pile of cookies. And so we'll do that next. Just doing some of the shadows and the deepening of those colors. Go ahead, just turn this on its side just so I can reach things a little bit better. There's two pieces you'd love to do that are the extremes. One is a picture of a truck that crashed before a mile marker sign and is just on fire at night. What is the other one? Unless I'm reading that wrong. Two pieces you'd love to do. One is a picture of a truck that crashed before a mile marker sign and is just on fire at night. So what's the other extreme? I don't know if I realized you were an artist, Mound. I apologize. I mean, I guess the other is an inebriated young adult stuck in one of those red and yellow toy cars. Oh, you're not an artist, you just enjoy art. Oh, well, that's interesting, though. You're a conceptual artist. So you're coming up with the ideas. What is an artist, right? So I mentioned earlier, Mound, I think that you weren't in here. I was trying to mention a few artists, and we were talking about like sculpture. And one of them that I brought up, and now granted, again, I'm going to say his name, but I did not look at his stuff, so fair warning. It's been a long time since I looked at his stuff, but Jake told me it was intense now. But his name was Chris Cooksey, Kuksi, and what he used to do was take found objects like little toys, and he would amass them together to form a sculpture of something that was, at the time, it was like very Romanesque or Greek-esque, and then he would spray paint that, so you couldn't really tell what it was unless you got up close, and then you would see all the little figurines and, found things in there. So you don't have to be a painter or able to draw or anything. There's lots of ways, to make pretty amazing art. So yeah, I always enjoy learning, different ways that people do things and appreciating that. So what is an artist? That's a good question. That is a good question. But I like that, the two extremes. I like that. I guess this is two extremes, right? It's maybe not as dark and violent or whatever as a car crash, but it's two extremes of the same piece. just don't have the time. I understand. I'm sure there's some very gifted people with experience doing portraits and visuals like that who would happily create art for you. It's probably not my thing to make a car on fire, unless it's a cookie car. But yes, I'm sure there's lots of people that could do that for you. I understand though. I'll tell you from this, art takes time. This one's gonna take me a lot of time. All right, I'm just gonna scoot down and do this one more little, or two more little pumpkin stems here, and then we're gonna move into the cookies. So, wouldn't want anyone to do it for you. Oh, that's two I want to do. Oh, that you want to do. Well, Mound, if you ever choose again to pick it up for yourself for drawing, I am happy to recommend some resources that can get you going on that, because like I said, I did go to school for art, but I am primarily a self-taught painter, and I really taught myself most of what I know of drawing as well. So Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain by Dr. Betty Edwards is a really good book to get you started, and you could just do simple little exercises, just in your spare time, just if you wanted to learn how to do it. But I understand it does take time. So it's something, if you do ever feel the inclination, you can start to learn a little bit at a time. It doesn't mean you have to, take off years and years to, I'm mixing the wrong color here. It doesn't mean you have to take off years and years to do it. You just do it for fun, for yourself. I actually really I mentioned Todd McFarlane earlier. He does drawing tutorials on self-study strengthens character. That's right, Elga. Elga shared stories yesterday in here about how she was told, she's in music, and she was told that she was not able to do it, and she just taught herself. And so that's what a lot of us do, just teach ourselves. But I think it's funny that, Todd McFarlane, he has this drawing channel on YouTube, which is really wonderful, and it's really amazing to watch him draw. But it's funny because you'll watch him sometimes, and I don't think he makes the videos anymore, but you can watch some of the videos and he'll be like, you just do this, and this, and then you're done. It's like, wow, okay, that was probably not realistic for a lot of people, but okay, it's still nice that you showed us how to do it. Even for me, just drawing something, sometimes it's a little advanced. We'll say that. But they're still fun tutorials to watch. Still in frame. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to finish this other stem, and then I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll paint some of the cookies, the actual cookie part, so that we get a base down on that. Step 1, draw a circle. Step 2, complete the owl. Right, Elga? That's what it's kind of like. That was what it was kind of like. Some of them were very, accessible. And you're like, oh, that's really interesting, And of course, he's an amazing artist. And so it's really, just fun to watch him draw. But some of them were very much like that. That's exactly right. I like that. All right, let's see how we're doing. Just gonna turn this right side up. And then I'm gonna come up with a plan of what I'm gonna do after the break. So let's just double check. Yeah, pretty good. Okay. Starting to get there. So so when I come back, I think that what we'll do is we'll work on, first of all, we'll work on any of these little areas like right in here where they're still kind of blank. And then we'll also try to simultaneously work on the cookies. So some of these areas that are blank are actually cookie in shadow. So that makes sense to work on them together. So anyway, I appreciate everybody hanging out with me today and having a nice peaceful Saturday with me. So give me like 10 minutes and I will be back. I hope you take a nice break too. And we'll pick it back up and try to get a good chunk of this done before we're done for the day. Okay, so I'll see you in a few minutes. Bye-bye. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it. It's always nice to just get up and walk around and get something to drink a little bit. So, so anyway, oh, and now I started an ad. I'm sorry about that. I ill-timed that. Very, very sorry. All right, so I'm gonna go in and start to just work on my cookie shadows a little bit. And so I wanna go in with, I think, a little bit of, we're gonna go in with this, a little bit of my cadmium red, and a little bit of my yellow. Go with a little more cadmium red there. I want to try to create kind of the brownish tone, brownish yellowish tone of the cookie. So we're going to add a little bit of white to this. And this is just going to be for some of my darkest shadow areas. So again, just initially laying some of these colors in. Just see how it goes. We always come back and correct them. So let's just start right up here with this little ghost guy. See how this goes. I'll be able to tell in a second here if this is dark enough. I think I want a little more blue in that. All right, let's try that again. So again, just the darkest of the dark areas. And then we'll go in and start to work on some of those lighter cookie areas. And some of it might just be simply taking this color and thinning it down. But I do try, for the most part, for shadows. We varied from that just a little bit for the pumpkin stems. But for the most part, for shadows, I really only use these three colors. The dark blue, the yellow, and the cadmium red. So I will sometimes, as I get into the very upper layers, I will put some glazes over these really dark shadows, depending on where they are with my lighter colors. So it does get a little bit complicated there. But in these early stages, I really try to just stick with this warm set of tones. So I'm going to come right in here. Again, we're going to try to capture some of that, we'll call it the human quality of things, where my cookie decorating was a little imperfect. But again, I think it will make for a much more interesting, much more convincing painting than if I was going in and trying to make everything look super perfect, because I don't want it to look like stock imagery, and I don't want it to look like AI. I want it to look like something real. And again, that's just my personal preference. Does not have to be how anybody else does their stuff. But I like my stuff to look, you know, pretty real in terms of both the final painting and, you know, again, having some human quality in the subject. So I'm going to go right in here too, since I'm up here, and just address this shadow area on my ghost. And I said, a lot of times when I do my paintings, I prefer to have very soft shadows. Typically, I feel like that makes things look much more realistic for certain subjects, like trompe l'oeil things that I do, or when I do my ice cream paintings. I prefer much softer shadows. But this one I did photograph with really hard shadows. It has a much more graphic quality to the whole thing. And so I took it out in bright sunlight and I did photograph it that way. And I think that that's going to be more effective for us here. We'll soon find out though. The problem with dark shadows is sometimes they just look, I don't know, unconvincing, too heavy. But like I said, I do think it's a little bit different here. A little bit different in this case. Just gonna take a little bit of medium on my brush and just clean this edge up here, and then kind of fade this out a little bit. So I'm just starting to get some of that feel of the actual cookie part of things. But it'd be really nice if I can push through for a little while longer and see how much of that I can get done today. So ideally I would like to get quite a bit done today, but we'll have to see. And again, a little bit of this is kind of like a drawing face. Just drawing in all these little shapes and details. Add a little bit of color on there. Shapes and details so that once I have all of this formed out, then I can go in and start to add all those wonderful layers that will really start to give this depth. But today, this is just kind of like working on the graphic part of things. And it is a lot like a drawing, at least for me. But I do think it starts to make me realize that I'm, going in a good direction. I start to get just a little bit in here, a little bit of a hint that I'm headed the right way. Especially like all of these, like this little shadow right here, it's very disconnected from anything right now. But when I come in here and I add this little shadow, which is essentially on the cookie, then suddenly it starts to like visually make more sense. And then I see, I dropped my brush, but that's okay, we'll make do. But then I see that if I don't make do, I will retrieve it. I'll have to turn this off and retrieve it. Then I see that I have, this other area that I want to make a bit darker in here, where this has kind of like a double shadow being cast into it. And again, it's kind of just when all of these things start to come together, it just starts to make more sense. So I feel like we've been a bit, disjointed in the piece up to this point. But hopefully in this last hour here or so, we will get the piece to make a little bit more sense. And also, I'm going to bounce around quite a bit because even though I said, I'm going to work on these cookies, which I am, but if I see as I go that I can fix something, like right in here, and start to make this a little more clarified in this shadow area, I'm going to just do it. So, I will come back and I will fix things, but I'm still just going to go do it now. And you know what? I'm going to grab that brush that I dropped because I prefer it. So hang on just 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. It rolled like as far as it possibly could have rolled away. Last night I was giving my husband's his dinner, and I dropped one of the little tomatoes that I had picked out of the garden, like a little cherry tomato, and it rolled like as far as it possibly could have rolled, way under the sofa. And I still forgot to get it. So I need to do that after the stream. I need to remember to pick up that little thing. I don't know what it is about this house. Sometimes things just roll, and they just roll on forever. It must be a slightly crooked house. All right, so let's come up here. There's this little shadow being cast right here. Again, sometimes like people have asked, you know, I've said this before in here, how do you know what color to put down? And I'm like, you just got to put something down. And then it will give you some kind of direction. So even though this isn't like perfect up here right now, when I put this little final shape in here for this little section, it really helps me to see better for the other sections, if that makes sense. So every little bit helps, and everything can be corrected. I just got to put something down. I'm going to come right in here. That is a nice trim out area. Use that little brush that I dropped that rolled so far away, and just try to taper that a little bit and clean it up. Do the same thing right here. This is the part where the cookie has its edge and kind of turns outward. And again, I'm just starting to see how all of the pieces connect with each other. And that's a good feeling, actually. Clean this up just a little bit here before it dries. And I'm gonna come in, and the way this pumpkin is, it actually has a fairly heavy shadow, because again, my light's coming from this upper right direction, casting shadows to the left. It actually has a fairly heavy shadow, but it has this kind of nice reflected highlight after it, right around here. So I'll come back and refine that in later stages, but I'm just going to try to capture a little bit of it right now. Leave a little bit of it there. I definitely can see that this requires a much heavier shadow in there, and I do think it would help me at this stage to get it in there. Once I get to this point, you know, I've said I really enjoy this process of a pile painting because I really can see, you know, the map ahead of me of what I need to do. Once I get to this stage, it's kind of like my brain's running ahead. I want to do a lot of different things, and I can only do a certain number at one time. But I can see a lot of things that I want to do to it all at once. So again, I just have to be able to resist a little bit, pick out the things that I can do, and come back to the other things later on. Go ahead up here. So I have this cookie, and what it does is it actually comes down sort of like this. So this is the edge of the cookie. So the shadow gets cast in this direction, again to the left. And then this is a cast shadow that continues from this shape and this shape. So this is from the pumpkin here. And so I need to create that. At least the initial phase of it here. And then I'm actually going to go in and just to create that kind of little cast or that little highlight that's on the other edge. This is a little bit of a shadow there from that frosting sitting up. I'm going to go in and just trim this up first. And again, this is just the first, a couple layers. Alex the man, welcome. Hi, how are you? It's nice to see you back. How you doing, Alex? I'm going to go in and just kind of use a little bit of my regressive technique where I like wipe off the paint just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm good. I am good, Alex. I'm just pushing along and trying to get a little more done on this. But we're just working on some getting all of the shadows in the piece, the base shadows, and yeah, so then we're good. We're good. How have you been doing? All right, so let's hop back up here. I'm gonna come back up to this little kitty up here. And am I in frame? There we go. I'm actually a little bit out of frame for that, aren't I? Let's turn him this way. Might be more interesting to see. All right, let's work on this. Let's work on something y'all can see. Things that are outside of the frame, I can work on those afterwards. Things that are in the frame. I've been managing through your life. I guess that's as good as we all can do, right, Alex? So yeah, so that's good. I'm glad to hear it. Anything new and exciting for today? Anything in the works today for you, Alex? Just gonna come right around here and just trim that up a little bit. Not really? Well, that's all right. You can hang out with us and paint cookies for a little while longer anyway. I was really excited for earlier that I was able to pick stuff out of my garden and have that for my lunch. That was exciting for me. I have a low bar. I have a low bar of excitement. I will save you all of these cookies, Alex. They're not really edible though. I mean, they are edible. You could eat them. I'm just not sure. I cooked them with bananas instead of eggs, and I don't know how long you're supposed to leave those sit out. So technically they're edible and they smell really good. I didn't put vanilla in them though. Vanilla kind of makes the cookie, right? But it's still sugar. They still smell good. There's like, 3 dozen of them sitting over here, all decorated, all fancy. All right, so this is again a place where the cookie kind of casts like a pretty heavy shadow onto, or I should say the frosting casts a pretty heavy shadow onto this cookie right here. And again, we have something similar-ish down below it. So come over here. I do think that, Alex, we might do, as we get closer to the holidays, maybe we'll do a cookie decorating stream, and then y'all can make your own cookies if you would like. I probably won't do more than one, maybe two. Guess it depends. Is that a phone I can see in the corner? Yes. So I use my phone as my reference image. So I put it on my phone. I do that because it's a really good way for me to see things in bright colors, and I do it on a phone as opposed to a tablet just because it's a little more manageable in size for me, but you could do it on a tablet too. It was one of those things that I learned, like, it's probably, everybody does this now, right? Uses their phone, I'm sure, or a tablet as a reference, but like back when I started painting, like nobody did, and so I was printing things out, and it wasn't till like years later, I think, that I finally saw somebody who was using their computer. It was a laptop at the time. And I was like, oh, I should totally be doing that. It's like one of those duh moments. You just don't think about it. Things that seem simple, but they are not always things that we can figure out right away. Are you allowed to talk about phones? Just thought to check first. Like what in respect to phones? Hi, Willow. Well, that's super cute. Is that a pug dog? Welcome in, Willow. You have an iPhone. That's what this is, an iPhone. RJ Boss, you love Halloween time. Me too, right? Welcome in, RJ Boss. Thank you so much. So we are painting, RJ Boss, we are painting cookies, real life cookies that I baked and decorated and then photographed outside in a big pile. Got this little reference image, and so we're going to replicate it so that it becomes very realistic. And I am going to aim for something like this degree of realism. So this is one of my other cookie paintings, and it's very, very realistic, even close up, but it is flat, even though it looks dimensional, I think. So RJ Boss, welcome in. We're going to try to make something fun for Halloween. Thank you so much. You have the iPhone 17 Pro Max in Cosmic Orange. That's very fancy. Very fancy, Alex. I have whatever version of this is that was free because I waited 10 years. And I mentioned in here, I didn't want to buy a new iPhone. And so I kept my ancient one, and then finally AT&T felt bad for me and they just sent one to me. And I got it for free. I've seen so many spooky food ideas, but it's barely August. I know. It's early, but you know what? The season begins. And for me to get this done, that's part of the reason, RJ Boss. I do it early so I can get it done by the season, right? But yes, yes, it is. Gotta start early. Willow, I remember when you only had 15 followers and you and me used to spend so much time chatting. It's true. Willow was one of the first people who hung out in here with me. And Willow is the one who suggested that I paint butter pecan. And that is what I did here. So yes, I appreciate you, Willow, for coming in and spending time with me. And Willow, for anybody who doesn't know, is a very gifted graphic designer. So we certainly appreciate Willow popping in and saying hello. Yeah, for the butter pecan. So yeah, I know. It's still pretty quiet in here, Willow, today, I must say. We're a little bit more lively now, but it's just quiet. I think everybody's just chilling. Maybe everybody's worn down from the week. So are you looking for some music artist recommendations? You're open to any. I'm probably not the best person for that, Alex, but maybe somebody else is. I don't stay up on things as much as I like music a lot, but I generally don't. I'm not at the forefront of things to be able to give good recommendations. So, yes, but if anybody else is, please feel free to chat with Alex about some music recommendations. I've got my strengths and my weaknesses, and I would say my music knowledge is not my greatest strength, but my husband's really good about that, and so I've learned a lot about a lot of different music from him. I play a little bit of music myself, but I don't stay up on contemporary trends. So what do I normally listen to? So I like, well, I listen to a lot of, actually, I guess what he puts on his playlist, because I don't sit down and make my own. I'm kind of a poser. I like a lot of grunge music from the 90s. I like a lot of 80s rock and ballads. So I'm much more, I like a lot of stuff from the 60s and 70s. So I'm much more of a vintage music gal than I am contemporary. That doesn't mean I don't like things that are contemporary, but my knowledge is a little bit more limited. You do know some 80s rock stuff, is that right? What kind of 80s rock stuff do you know? Sometimes I hear something that I think is really amazing, but I'm really terrible at remembering who is the band or musician. And I certainly have a terrible time remembering what albums things are on, or what the titles of the songs are. I feel like I guess I only have so much space in my brain. And that's one of the things that I've never had a propensity for, I guess. So for anybody who's wondering, this is really just me kind of going in and doing this first phase on my actual cookie pieces. Crazy, Crazy Nights, I Was Made for Loving You. I know those songs, but I can't even tell you who did them because I'm that bad. It is a shortcoming for me, I must say. Oh, Kiss. You know what's funny about that, Alex, is I always say repeatedly that I don't care for Kiss. And then somebody tells me the songs, I'm like, oh no, I like that one. I like that one too. And I just never realized that it's Kiss. So I guess ultimately in the end, I just don't know that it's Kiss. And I end up liking it. So I like Beth. Beth is my favorite Kiss song. And God Gave Rock and Roll to Us, or God Gave Rock and Roll to You, that one too. So those are my favorite Kiss songs. So I do know those. But I always inevitably say, I don't like Kiss. And I hear songs, I'm like, oh, I just didn't realize. I didn't know that was Kiss. Yeah, so my husband pokes fun at me for that. Yeah, I like a lot of cheesy, I don't know, it probably wasn't considered cheesy at the time. Like hair bands, I guess. Um, and just I like ballads. I don't know. I like Air Supply. That's something. Again, I'm terrible at this. I can name a few things off the top of my head, but I like everything from Air Supply to Nirvana. But my husband would tell you that I'm quite the poser because I didn't really listen to that until much later. Pearl Jam, of course. I like Pearl Jam. And this is a silly little thing, but I really like the Bee Gees, but I don't like the disco Bee Gees. I like the pre-disco Bee Gees. So, yeah, just, I don't know. I like a lot of music. I think it's probably easier to say, what do I hate? I don't like country music. I don't like country music. Outside of that, I mean, I can name a couple country songs that I think are okay. And I don't mind old-timey country music, like honky-tonk style. But I don't, outside of that, I'm kind of, generally speaking, okay with most music. So what 80 rock bands do you like? So I would say I mentioned like Air Supply, which is like very light rock, right? I like, let me think. I like Journey. Who doesn't like Journey? I like, what is the other one? Journey's probably my favorite. But I'm trying to think. You stumped me, Alex. I'm trying to think of names. Like I said, I'm really terrible at this. I'm really terrible. Especially when it's like late in the day and I haven't had a lot of rest. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. So you said you're looking for music recommendations. What kind of music do you like? And so what would be something, if people were going to recommend something to you, what would be something that you would enjoy? What kind of style do you enjoy or not enjoy? Anything? Artfully Ariel? Are you rating me, Artfully Ariel? Oh, that's really nice. And you like anything, to be honest. Is that right? You don't have any limits? Nothing that you're like, I like everything except, like, I don't like country? Artfully Ariel, thank you so much for rating me. That's very, very kind. I really appreciate it. So welcome in to anybody who's coming in with Artfully Ariel. Thank you so much. And you don't think so, Alex? Okay, that's interesting. Is there something that you prefer over anything else? Some particular style that you prefer? Artfully Ariel, thank you so, so much. That is very, very kind. I'm not sure if you're in here yet. There we go. I think my husband just gave you a shout out. Is that right? So gotta raid and run. Your doggies need food. Thank you very much, Artfully Ariel. I really appreciate it. I will be sure to check out your channel after this. And so thank you so, so much. I really, really appreciate it. Very, very kind. I hope your stream went well today. And go feed your doggies, because I understand. So anybody popping in from Artfully Ariel, I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, so anybody popping in, thank you for popping in. Very, very kind. We are painting Halloween cookies today. from these real life cookies that I actually baked and decorated because I took a real life decorating course. I'm trying to improve my cookie decorating skills. And so I like to do my own references. We're trying to make this look really realistic. We're very early on, but we are getting a nice array of shadows in here right now. So you were born in the 90s, so you like anything in that era. So do you like grunge then, Alex? Just curious. That is my thing from the 90s. I missed it during the grunge era, but I do like grunge music quite a bit, actually. So we're just trying to get some basic shadows. I put lots of layers onto my pieces, and we aim for a really high degree of realism. So if you've not seen my stuff before, we're gonna aim for something like this. So this is one of my finished cookie pieces that I did based on a real life cookie that I made. Looks very dimensional, but it is flat. So we're gonna aim for that for this, which is a 16 by 12 piece. And then we also paint things, like lots of ice cream cones and stuff in here too. So anyway, Artfully Ariel and your crew, I really appreciate it. So we aim for really good realism. I just talk through my process and we chat in here. So anyway, welcome into everybody. I hope that you have a nice time. Just feel free to chat. If you are an artist, feel free to share what you do. I'm always interested to learn what other people are doing. And yeah, you're just welcome to relax and just watch me paint, or you can ask me questions either way. And I just ramble. And right now, Alex and I are talking about music, which I'm not very good at talking about music, but he is looking for music recommendations. So you've never listened to grunge before. How is that possible? Really? All right, Alex. That's one thing I can say. If you've never listened to grunge before, then you got to go check out some Nirvana and some Pearl Jam. Let's start with that. Let's start with that and see how you feel about it. Because kid born in the 90s and you never listened. Roscoe Inferno, hi. Welcome in. It's nice to see you in here. How are you doing today, Roscoe? Actually, I tell a lie. I listened to Come As You Are. Okay, you know Come As You Are. That's a Nirvana song. So yeah, okay. But there's lots of them out there. Lots of them out there, Alex. I don't know why my nose keeps running. I think it's the air conditioning. But anyway. Yeah, so we're gonna keep on going with our cookie piece today. I did miss a shadow right here. So this is what we're trying to do, is catch all these little shadows that I missed. Even Flow, yes, Even Flow is a brilliant song, Roscoe Inferno. So there, Roscoe's recommending some stuff to you now, Alex. Not a Pearl Jam fan as such, but that's a banger. I understand. Yeah, it's a good song. It's a very good song. And I agree, you don't have to be a Pearl Jam fan to appreciate that. But I am a Pearl Jam fan. But again, my husband would tell you that I'm a poser because I came late to the game. So anyway, but yeah, anybody else who would like to share any music with Alex, please feel free. And I am going to try to come in here with a mix of a darker color. I don't keep black on my palette. I use blue and burnt umber. And I mix my own blacks for a lot of different reasons, but it makes the color a little bit richer. Hi, Phil. Still going. I am. I am, Phil. Yeah, it's starting to take shape. It's getting there. Just a little bit of a hint of, dimension and stuff. Yes, the Verve. Yes, I do know a little bit of the Verve. Yes, Alex. So get him. In reference to what, Phil? Get him? So I'm going to just make a little bit more. Can see the three-dimensionality starting to pop. Yeah, just a little hint of it right now, right? Just a little hint, I think. But it was a productive day, I'm going to do a little bit more. For anybody who is unfamiliar, Phil is a tremendous artist. So please go follow Phil over there, because Phil has 29 years of experience in game development, and he draws digitally on his channel. And he also has experience as a clay artist and a watercolor artist. And so he's going to start, I think, to stream some of those as well. So please go follow Phil if you don't follow Phil already. Rough day. Some health stuff has you on the ropes currently, was back at the hospital. I'm so sorry, Roscoe. That stinks. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Well, take care of yourself and just, try to rest. Bittersweet Symphony is a great song, Alex. Yes, that one I do very much like. Bittersweet Symphony. Yeah, of course, Phil. Always happy to shout you out, because honestly, I don't know why Phil's in here, because he's really, really gifted. And he always is very, very kind to me. But again, y'all should follow Phil if you don't follow Phil. So yes, you're just finishing the car skin that you started. Oh, is that right? That's cool. Yes, so feel free to share about that, Roscoe, because I know that you were talking about that yesterday, right? And so yeah, please feel free to share. So I'm just going to come in here and try to, I'm going to work at a 1-to-1 scale roughly, just so I can make sure that I'm doing this right, which I might not. If I try to not work at a 1-to-1 scale, especially in something where it gets really complicated, it's too easy for me to get lost. So 1-to-1 scale is good. Good for me. I was going to get some shut-eye because it's 11:32 in the UK. Yeah, I know it's late over there, Alex. Well, no worries. Then I appreciate you popping in and saying hello today. So I hope that you get some rest tonight. Hope you get some rest. And we'll see you back in here soon, okay? Add a little bit more brown. Sometimes I make my little shadows a little bit too gray, and it really should be a little warmer. So if I put a little bit of the burnt umber in here, it does the trick for me. So just lots and lots of refinement today, but it is sort of coming together a little bit. Like I said, I want to try to get some of these areas where I feel like there's either nothing there or there's not much there. Be nice if I could fill all of those in before I end the stream today. I'm not sure if I'll quite get that far, but every little bit helps. Sometimes too, I will actually make them a little bit warmer than it might show on my photo. I think that's a little easier for me. And I think it sometimes the photos are not completely accurate to what life would be. It kind of mutes things. So I prefer to go in and just kind of warm things up just a little bit. You race online events in classic and retro cars, often at period circuits. I like to make custom car liveries for myself and sometimes other drivers. Yeah, that's really cool, Roscoe. I know you were describing that. So you have a channel, right? Do you have a channel on here? On Twitch, you'll have to forgive me because I get a little scattered toward the end of the day. But But I know you were sharing a link with Cupid, I think, somewhere, right? Yesterday. So I don't remember if that was a channel or if that was some other way to access your work. But regardless, anything that you have that you want to link, feel free. Please feel free. So this little shadow right here, sometimes when we have a bright color, especially that's adjacent to something, it will cast some of that color into the shadow. I'm not going to worry about it too much right now, but there is this bright orange color reflecting down into this shadow. So when I come back to it, as I start to refine things, I will be trying to capture that. Right now, I'm just getting base stuff in, so I'm not going to worry about it too much at this point. But as we move on, it will be that way. I'm going to come up again and do a harder shadow right here. The one you're doing now is an early 70s Porsche 911 race car sponsored by my favorite old record store from the town where I grew up, along with the usual suppliers of tires, lubricants, filters, etc. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. When you say sponsored by, is that something that you just chose to include there, or was that by request? Because I know you said sometimes you do this for other people too. That's pretty cool though. Either way. All right, I'm gonna go in here and make a darker color. Oh, that one's just for you. Okay, gotcha. Very, very cool. Do you have a place where people can link to see your stuff? Again, you don't have to share if you don't want to, but you are always welcome to. Oh, you were just discussing software platforms, etc. Okay, I thought you were showing your actual work, so I apologize for that. Because I think Cupid said she was doing something similar, right? She's multi-talented. She works across many mediums and interests. So yeah, she has a wide variety of gifts. All right, so this isn't near as dark as I need it to be, but that's okay. Again, I'm kind of trying to just block out my shapes here and make sure I get something down everywhere so that when I come back in, it's not as confusing. I don't have a page for car liveries and such, but you do have a website for your oil paintings. Well, feel free to share that, Roscoe. You can share that. All right, I'm going to come in here. Let's see. Yeah, of course. We want everybody to be able to share their work in here. That's what we do. So it's cool, if you come in and you watch me paint and you want to listen to me, because I ramble. But yes, I want other artists to come in and be able to share their work as well. So yeah, of course. All right, so I think that this little kitty actually, I made a mistake. Made a mistake down here. Again, because it's complicated and I'm sorting through all these shapes. But this actually should be, this dark shadow should actually go right up against this kitty's face here. Or against this cookie, I should say. Thank you so much, Roscoe, for sharing the link to your work. I will be sure to check it out afterwards, after the stream is over, and anybody else can feel free to check out Roscoe's work as well. Yeah, this is really me, you know, just sorting through shapes. It's just a patient process. And it is good because it's starting to build out a little bit of dimension, I can see, but I still have a surprising amount of stuff in here that doesn't have my shapes adequately sorted out. So just something I gotta do. Little by little, something I gotta do. And again, this one also has like an orange cast from this cookie being cast down onto it, but I'm not going to worry about that at this stage here. So what kind of oil paintings do you do, Roscoe? I think you actually may have told me yesterday, but you can repeat it until if you don't mind, until I get to go in and follow the link. And I'm sorry, I must have been scattered yesterday, because normally I would have asked you to do that yesterday too. So sorry about that. Landscapes and portraits, very, very cool. Very, very cool. And were you were self-taught, right? I think, is that, I apologize if I'm mixing you up with somebody else that I chatted with, but I'm pretty sure, Roscoe, that you were also self-taught, right? Kind of like me for my painting. I consider myself, even though I have formal art education, I very much consider myself self-taught as a painter. Yeah, self-taught. Okay, yes. All right. Stunning landscapes. There you go. Build the fan. That says a lot. Says a lot. I think did I follow you on Instagram? Yeah, I'm not sure how autocorrect would turn Roscoe into Tracy, but hey, that's apparently what it does. Roscoe, I think I followed you on Instagram, right? Because yes, I believe so, and I think that I also really loved your landscapes too. All right, so this has a heavier shadow mass up here. Right here. Are you going to stream some of your painting, Roscoe? Good question, Phil. Good question. Nice, nice having, you did okay with art and design school until you were 18. That was all pencil sketching and the odd watercolors. Never did landscape or oils until picking up the brushes 2 years ago. So I think that you are the one that I followed right on Instagram. Pretty sure, Roscoe. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but yes, very impressive. Very impressive that you are self-taught as a painter, and that you've only been doing it for 2 years. So very, very cool. So Phil was asking if you ever thought about streaming. Have you ever thought about streaming, Roscoe? Because we like having more artists on here, you know. I've never really been, I never really took to, well, either portrait painting or to landscape painting. I'm a still life gal, but I very much admire it for people who are really gifted. I used to stream music. I like the idea of streaming artwork, but that will mean reworking some of your workshops, sorting out cameras, sound, etc. I understand, Roscoe. I will tell you, I'm set up in a very tiny corner, very limited, very limited stuff. You know, it's possible, but I understand it is kind of a pain to set it up in the first place. But once you set it up, other than the minor technical issues that pop up now and then for me, because you know, sometimes the computer doesn't want to cooperate, but outside of that, it hasn't been too bad. So yeah, maybe someday. I can see here, I also messed this little thing up. This was not correct, so I need to go back in and fix that. So we're just gonna take my shadow color, which is my dark blue and my dark brown, mix some of that together, add a little bit of medium, and oh, and your workshop is chaos? Well, if I showed you the rest of this room, Roscoe, you'd think it was chaos too. So we just don't put that in the camera site. Just stick yourself in a corner. That's what I do. So. But anyway, no pressure, just maybe someday. Someday, if you choose to do it, we'll be waiting. And again, I'm very surprised how lovely the Twitch artist community has been. It's very, very nice. And I honestly just love the idea of, that people could, like, I was thinking about this earlier today, because sometimes my brain runs a mile a minute. And I was thinking what a nice thing it is to have all of these art channels on Twitch, because people need that kind of escape, I think, especially in today's world. And how wonderful is it that you could just come onto Twitch and like flip back and forth between a bunch of different artists and see them all working and creating and doing their own thing. I just think that's a lovely idea. And I think that people who are not on Twitch maybe don't, because I didn't, maybe don't quite understand what the potential of this is. And I just think it's a huge potential, just to have all of these artists on here, you know, collaborating and presenting. And it made me think, like, historically, artists, and in particular, the artist that's been on my mind recently is Keith Haring, and from the 80s. And if you know anything about Keith Haring, he very much believed that art was for everyone. And I thought about that, I was thinking about that this morning, and I thought, if Keith Haring was alive today, Would he be on Twitch? And I think he would be. I think he'd be on Twitch. I think a lot of the artists from the past who believed that kind of thing, that art should be accessible for everyone, that I think they'd be on Twitch. So I love the potential of this. I love the potential of seeing all of the artists out here and seeing what they're doing, getting a chance to share their work. Art channels are often so really nice company. I agree. I hope I'm one of them, but I agree. In general, they are. And yes, oh, that's nice, Elga. Nice. I've made some lovely friends on here. That's very nice. Very nice. So yeah. So, well, you've already got some fans in here. If you ever change your mind, Roscoe, and you want to start streaming. I understand it's a little bit of a pain, but again, I just love that. I love that potential. I love that potential on here to make art accessible to everyone. I just think it has huge potential. So, but otherwise, you're welcome to come in here and hang out with me anytime, or any of our other wonderful channels. It's just nice. It's nice when everybody kind of comes in and collaborates and shares. So I like it. I've said before, I would like to live in a world of artists. I always was much more comfortable around people who were just, artists and art lovers, art appreciators. That was my world. That was my world that I wanted to live in. And so this is the closest that I found to that in modern times, I guess. So it's nice. It's nice. The studio of artists I never knew I needed to be a part of, for sure. Right, Phil? That's a beautiful way to say that. And Phil worked with lots and lots of artists and creators. So, I mean, that was kind of his world in his career. And so in gaming, in game design. So yeah, so it's nice to have people on here, like Phil, who are willing to share their process and share what they do. And yeah, contribute to that collaborative experience. But that's beautifully worded, Phil. I like that very much. I know, for anybody who hasn't seen, Kiwi was in here earlier, and she started streaming just last night for the first time on her channel. And again, very much, very humble about her work and her ability, but it's beautiful. And I was lucky enough to catch that stream and part of her stream this morning as well. So I just love that she has ventured out into doing that. And again, everybody seems very, enthused to welcome her in. The more chaos and the more real, the better. There you go. I like that. And yeah, Kiwi is killing it. She's like an awesome presenter. I told my husband, I'm like, man, she's like really good at this. Like really good at the talking, and just has a really nice, diverse skill set. Again, a lot of artists tend to be really humble about what they do. And so, yeah, she's like a seasoned pro, right? Like she definitely, in her first 2 streams, she is definitely like 100 times better than what I was. So very impressive. And so if you don't follow Kiwi's channel, you can look her up and try to follow that. And I don't know if my husband is able to give her a shout out or not, but anyway, so we love Kiwi in here. She's very kind and supportive, and so we want to support her as well. So, but anyway, yeah, just nice. It's just nice to have. So I really love that. Like, I mean, in my head, because again, I run 1,000 miles a minute, right? my head runs way faster than maybe reality can catch up. But I see that potential. I'm like, how nice would it be if people who were interested in art, rather than kind of fighting that social media beast that's out there to compete in the algorithm, if they were instead just able to come in and just watch artists create, flip back and forth between lots of channels, spend a few minutes here and there, learn about lots of people's process, why they create. I just think that's a beautiful thing. Just a beautiful thing. So I'm a little bit of a dreamer in that way, but I really love that idea. And I mean, it is what we're doing here on Twitch already, but I think that just a lot of people in the outside world don't really realize that. That is what exists here. So yeah, I see the potential. Thank you very much for putting the shout out to Kiwi, to my husband. But I see the potential of what Twitch can mean, not just to, again, the people who are already in here, but to, because again, I'm a little cheesy, right? And I'm always saying I try to make art because I want to save the world. So that's why I make happy stuff. But I just think that the world needs stuff like this, and not me in particular, but I just mean access to artists, access to the dreamers and the doers and the people who make magic. You've asked out. Good morning. Hi, Cupie. I know that you were still hanging out somewhere back there. So I hope that you're having, this is your weekend though. So I appreciate you hanging out at all. I appreciate it. But yeah, so all of this, I mean, I just think of that as being, again, limitless potential for what having multiple and many Twitch art streamers could mean for the greater world at large, or the greater community at large, just to have it out there for people, have it accessible for people. I just think that's beautiful. I think that's beautiful. I always say this is like opening up my metaphorical door for people to come in to my little studio, whether you're an artist or an art lover. And I just love the idea of that being many more people doing that. All right, let's see. Did I miss this one too? No, not so bad. Okay. I have that really cheesy song in my head, right? I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. And so I think about that with artists. That I just think that it's important to have artists out there. We dreamers must be protected and survive at all costs. There are too many automatons out there who don't realize they need us. That's brilliant, Roscoe. I like that very much. It's the most magical place, truly. Got me back to creating and keeps me going, right? Like the whole, not just me. I mean, hope I'm cool in here, but no, like the whole Twitch community, right? The whole Twitch art community. It's so much more than what people realize. And so, yeah, Roscoe, that's a beautiful way to say it. Phil agrees. And I know it's just really nice to see some positivity always coming out of it and continuing to grow, even in the short time that I've been on here. So I really love that. So yeah, I hope that as time goes on, that, as Roscoe says, I hope it reaches more people. I hope it reaches more people out there. People who might not understand, again, might just think of Twitch as being, and it's great for gaming, right? And such. And so we watch some of that because my husband's a gamer. But it's more than that. It's more than that here. So I like that very much. I didn't think I was sleepy and then I woke up. Did you actually fall asleep, QP? That's very funny. Well, it's a peaceful, lazy Saturday afternoon. That's okay. You're allowed to do that. It's peaceful. I'm just going to do a little bit more on this. So maybe not quite as much as I wanted, but it is starting to take some shape, I think. Let me just scoot this over this way. So I keep getting out of the frame and I'm sorry about that. So let me come right up. Well, we won't do that because that's out of frame. Let's see what's going on here. There's a little bit of a cookie there. So I'm just going to go in and just paint this little bit of cookie right here. SCP Grandma, oh yes, it's been a while. I hope that you're doing better. How are you this week? SCP Grandma. The last time you were in here, I know that you 100% you laid in bed and suddenly it's 7 p.m., right? That's okay. That's all right. You probably deserve the rest. You work very, very hard, QP. I know you do. So you got a new fuzzy buddy. Oh, what does that mean? A fuzzy buddy. I want to know. I want to know, SCP Grandma. I wish you had Discord. Yeah, I don't have any Discord. I'm sorry about that. Is it a dog or a cat? Or something else? It's a thing. Well, that's terrifying. Now I'm not sure what that means. We were talking about pet tarantulas earlier. It's not a pet tarantula, is it? Or is it? That would be funny, actually, because there was a surprising number of people in here with pet tarantulas. So it's your first non-art Instagram post, so you can, you'll make your first not, so you can see Grillo. Grillo, huh? Oh, my curiosity is piqued. And I'm still a little wary that it might be a tarantula. Because I don't know how many people in here had tarantulas. All right, so this actually should be this whole shape in here, not just this little bit. One of my love languages is painting imaginary race cars. It may seem weirdly niche. I'm painting cookies, Roscoe. It can't be any more weirdly niche than this. It may seem weirdly niche, but if you create something that's a unique tribute to a person's interests and passions, then that surprise is something they never knew could make them feel appreciated. I think that's really beautiful, Roscoe. I think that's really beautiful. I was saying, as in terms of like a weird niche, I was saying yesterday I saw a video, which I had seen before, that was David Bowie, and it was saying something about how artists need to, that it's dangerous when artists basically play it safe, and that you need to venture out into the water, and when your feet are just, your tippy toes are barely touching the bottom, then that's when you know you're kind of in the right place. So I like something that's like all yours, right? Painting imaginary race cars, that's like all yours. And very much, very much. Permission to drop Grillo. It depends on what it is, SCP Grandma, because you got to know that I'm a little, I just got to be a little wary in here. If it's as long as it's family friendly, that is okay. So nothing bad. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. As long as it's nothing bad. I don't know. Do it. I'm here to delete if it's scary. Cupie's on the ball. So, what does that mean? It's derpy. It's derpy? So I can't click on it until after the stream's over, or everything will fall apart on me. But anyway, as long as is it so cute? Okay, it's so cute. Cupie gives the thumbs up that it's cute. So I will check on it at the end of the stream, SCP Grandpa or SCP Grandma, and congratulations. And he's soft. All right, so you're gonna just tell me what it is? Reminds me of the worm in the wall. Oh, I love the Labyrinth movie. So if it reminds you of that little that little thing, then it's probably okay by me. It's a little fuzzy guy. It's true. You love Labyrinth too? Yeah, I actually, one of the things that I really love about the Labyrinth movie, Phil, is, and I guess it's kind of sad in retrospect, but I think it's beautiful, is that it was not a commercial success when it came out, right? And it was Jim Henson's love letter. He really wanted to make this. He really thought it was going to be amazing, and it wasn't well received. And then within decades later, then suddenly it's kind of a cult classic. Stop motion owl was ridiculous. Yeah, very, very cool. As one of your art gods for sure. And yeah. Yeah, so just a beautiful, 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 beautiful film. And it kind of broke Jim Henson's heart that people didn't like it more. I agree. And so I very much try to carry that story in my heart, that it was just something, that he thought was going to be amazing and beautiful, and it just took time for it to be realized as such. So yeah, that's something I carry in my heart for him. But I'm going to have to check out SCP Grandma's link, because if it looks like the fuzzy worm from Labyrinth, I'm in. That's okay with me. So, is an amazing film, yeah, right? I agree. Now, I will say, I tried to watch The Dark Crystal, though, when I was a kid, and I couldn't do it. And I kind of wish that I tried a few times. And I don't know why it didn't connect with me in that way. But maybe I should try to go back and watch it as an adult. I don't really know. Has anybody seen The Dark Crystal? Does anybody like The Dark Crystal by Jim Henson? Because like I said, I don't know if I would like it. Because I did love Labyrinth. I've seen it many, many times. But yeah, Dark Crystal. I used to watch on Sunday nights too, for a brief time when I was young. They had Jim Henson, what was it called? The Storyteller? The Storyteller. Amazing, visually quite dark. Yeah, it was quite dark. That's what I remember about the Dark Crystal. I know there were certain things I read one time that it had gone through a lot of post-studio changes that he was not a fan of. Something like he wanted them to speak in their imaginary native language, I think is what it was. And then the studio made them change it. So I think a lot of the scenes were not ending the way that he wanted it to be. QP says, I need to rewatch Labyrinth. I watched it just a few years ago again, QP. It's still really beautiful, I think, anyway. And if you like that fuzzy little creature, then from SCP Grandma, then apparently it'd be probably nice and nostalgic to see that again in there. But yeah, the Jim Henson's, I think it was called Jim Henson's Storyteller, right? And it was narrated by like John Hurt. He was like the host. And they would tell a short story, like fairy tale type story. It was kind of odd, and I like that. Amazing craftsmanship, world building, and visual effects way ahead of its time. Yeah, I agree. I liked all that kind of stuff when I was a kid. I did. I didn't really know a lot of other people who did, but I liked it. Now I want to watch Labyrinth again too. Brian Farrad's art style is still so unique. Is that the name of the art lead on it then? Or I guess would that be what that's called for both films? Him I'm less familiar with, Phil, so you can feel free to share who he was, because I really don't. I don't really know his name. He was the concept artist. Oh, okay. See, now I didn't know that. I should have known that, but I didn't. But that's very interesting, because I'm sure that was probably, kind of heartbreaking for him as well to put all of that creativity and time and energy into it and then have it not be well received by audiences when you expect that it would be. That's, I'm sure, disappointing. But then eventually, I know now people actually have, like, I believe Labyrinth has this big, like a ball that someone holds, like a dancing ball that someone holds every year, where everybody comes and dresses up in the costumes that are featured in Labyrinth. So I think that's really, really cool. And I don't remember where that's held every year, but I do remember seeing photos of it before. I just thought that was really beautiful, because Jennifer Connelly's dress in that one scene is really amazing, and so are all the other costumes that were featured in that scene. Did a few books, Fairies and Goblin Companion, a lot of the creatures in both in there. The art of book dark fantasy, well, dark but fun, not 18 plus or anything, totally. Okay, gotcha. Her first role, yeah, it was Jennifer Connelly's first role, right? And she was really good. She was really good in it. And I actually think that David Bowie is really great in it. If you've never seen Labyrinth, you really should go back and check it out, because David Bowie's pretty amazing in there. I mean, there's lots of really amazing, as Phil said, really amazing visuals. I think it's just a beautiful story. But if nothing else, David Bowie's pretty amazing in there too. The real-time effects during the music numbers was crazy with the upside down worlds, for instance. Yeah. And yes, agreed for David Bowie's role in that. I mean, I know a lot of those things were very, very complicated. So it's interesting to me I think there's a number of things throughout history that have kind of, they take a while. They take a while for people to acclimate to them. And so I agree when you say it was very, very much ahead of its time. I think that is absolutely true, that it was ahead of its time. And so still an amazing film, in my opinion. Roscoe, I watched the animation Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse yesterday. Holy hell, the artwork in there is so impressive. It is, right? That is a beautiful modern day film. I hadn't seen it right away either, Roscoe. Both of the Spider-Man films, the cartoon ones, I hadn't seen until much later after they were released, and they are very, very impressive. Surprisingly impressive. So much variation, some art styles I never even imagined. Not that much of a visionary. They're very, very interesting. And what did Phil say? I missed your other comment, Phil. A lot done in one shot. No compositing. Is that right? That's really interesting. I really like practical effects. I think that is something that is kind of lacking sometimes. That's one of the only superhero movies I've seen. The art is astounding. Is that right, QP? It is. It's very, very, very good. It's very, very good, those animated Spider-Man films. Phil, I much prefer practical effects. Like, that was one of my dreams, I said, was to be a matte painter. That was what I wanted to be when I was like in 5th grade. I thought I would grow up to be a matte painter for film. So I very much appreciated just, regular old special effects. Practical still beats digital. I believe it more. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I understand some stuff is necessary, I suppose. But I remember like when the Star Wars movies were re-released and they changed out so much and they made it digital. And I get it that George Lucas was trying to push some boundaries, but I don't like it. We have like the old ones on, they do matte paintings, but I think they do, most of those are digital, aren't they? I don't even know. I mean, it's something. It was like, my 5th grade dream, I guess. But yeah, anyway, what was I saying? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I don't disagree. It's the sheer imagination and quickfire variety that grabbed you in the film yesterday. Is that right? The ships and creatures in the first 3 films look more real than any of the ones in the prequels and sequels. Yeah, I agree, Phil. Oh, that's what I was saying. We actually have like the original trilogy for Star Wars released on VHS pre those changes. And so that's the only way I think that we have access. Maybe we have it on DVD before those digital changes were implemented. But yeah, I didn't like them. I didn't like them. I just thought it made it cheesy. So I definitely like practical effects. I think that they're gonna re-release them at some point without that though, right? The Star Wars films. Craftsmanship stands the test of time. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's a crazy movie coming out, but that is inappropriate, but they used almost only practical effects for the films. Very impressive. Basically, there is a Wicker Man and the whole suit is real. The only effects that are made are the light coming through. Interesting. That's really interesting, QP. Apparently, they are going to re-release the untouched ones. Are they? Yeah, that's what I had heard a while back, Phil. So then maybe I could move beyond my little VHS tapes to see that. That sure looks like a very funny film for sure. Oh, the one that QP is talking about? I really liked, we talked in here briefly about Project Hail Mary. I really liked that they used maybe not all practical effects in that, but they used a lot of practical effects in that. And so so I just really appreciated that. I really appreciated that. And I thought it made the movie make, more of a connection with the audience, I think. Because sometimes digital just makes things cheesy. I'm going to have to look up the trailer that y'all are talking about because I am curious now. I'm curious. I'm enjoying the big movie boom we've got going on. A lot of original films with new actors and great effects. Yeah, and I do think some of those are kind of hearkening back to, maybe less of a dependence on digital effects, or at least blending, the two, where you have some digital effects where you need it and some practical effects so that everything's not just CGI or something. The new horror movie Obsession is really, really good. Is that right? Digital artists like animators always over animate, no restraint as not real world craftsfolk in the first place. That's interesting, Phil. That's interesting coming from you too, with your background, having worked in gaming. So yeah, that's an interesting perspective. So digits. Yeah, interesting. Interesting, yeah. Hi, Janica. How are you? It's nice to see you. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it very much, Janica. Still not as good as practical. Yeah, I agree. Because like you said, there's not as much craftsmanship involved in it. You think you can solve everything with the little push of the button. And that's not to simplify it. I know it's a very complicated job, but lighting never quite right. Uncanny Valley has not been breached yet. That's interesting. Yeah. The lighting is never quite right. Some of the things, like in the superhero films, I always get a little distracted when there's suddenly like a big fight scene and everybody's computerized. That's always a little distracting to me for the films. Hello, my beautiful friend. I was showing off your website to my ex today. She was dazzled with your work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Janica. Thank you. Oh, that means a lot to me. You're talking about me when I'm not around. That means a lot. So thank you. We're just going to do a little bit more, and then I am going to have to get going for the evening. But I so appreciate everybody who came in today. And it has been lovely chatting. And we did make a pretty good dent on this. Got a lot of stuff done on it. Maybe not. I never get quite as much as I want to. But, it was a good start. Good start to come in and get a lot of these little shadows in here. Yeah, so pretty good start, I think. But anyway, I hate to run on you, Janica, but I do need to head out to my garden. Last night I got done so late that I was out in my garden when it was nearly dark. And so I want to spend a little bit of extra time out there today. She's a professional photographer that makes portraits that look like paintings, and she paints as a hobby. She couldn't believe the quality of her work. It was cool. Thank you so much, Janica. That really means the world to me. I really appreciate it. No worries. I'm just happy I got to share this with you. Thank you. It really does mean a lot to me. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really, really appreciate it. Anyway, thanks to everybody else who came in and hung out with me. Got a little bit more dimension going on in here today. And so not sure if I'm going to work on this off stream or if we're just going to come back to it Monday, or maybe we're going to try something new and bounce around. I'm not sure. But anyway, we made a good dent on it, and eventually I will get it done. So I appreciate it so, so much. And yes, thank you, Phil. It's always lovely chatting with you. And QP, of course, and anybody else who is in here. I just really, really appreciate it. Thank you for the stream. Had a wonderful rest of your Friday. Thank you so much, Janica. Yeah, so I will see you guys on Monday. Anybody who's welcome to, you're all welcome to come back around 2 p.m. Eastern time on Monday. Like I said, I'm not sure if I'm going to work on this or we're going to work on something else. But regardless, Roscoe, thank you so much. It was so nice for you to come and hang out with us. And again, QP, of course. Thank you. Thank you for that. So anyway, have a wonderful night, everyone. I will see you soon. I'm going to head out to the garden and then I'm going to make dinner. So I will see you soon. Have a wonderful, oh, thank you so much. This is Pew. I appreciate it. I appreciate you hanging out with us for so long today. So I hope it was fun. Anyway, at least a little bit fun. Yes. And anyway, I hope you all have a wonderful evening and I will see you soon. Okay. Thanks so much. Bye-bye. Oh, and we'll raid somebody. Okay. So we'll send you over to somebody good. I promise.